Hey there, history seekers! Tonight we're tackling the biggest, bloodiest, most consequential event of the 20th century, World War II. 6 years, over 70 million dead, entire cities erased, empires shattered, and a world that would never ever be the same again. This wasn't just another war. His was industrial-scale destruction meets ideological madness, where humanity showed both its absolute worst and its most unbelievable courage. From the beaches of Normandy to the ruins of Stalingrad, from Pearl Harbor to Hiroshima, every corner of the globe got dragged into this nightmare. And honestly, we're still living in the world that war created. So here's the deal. Smash that like button if you're ready for this deep dive and drop a comment. Where are you watching from right now? I want to know who's joining me for this journey through humanity's darkest chapter. Now kill those lights, get comfortable, and let's dive into the war that changed absolutely everything. Ready? Let's go. So let's start with the obvious question. Why are we still talking about this war more than 80 years later? Why does World War II continue to dominate our movies, our video games, our documentaries, and our collective imagination in a way that no other historical event quite manages? The answer is pretty straightforward, though not exactly cheerful, because this war fundamentally rewired human civilization in ways we're still discovering today. The numbers alone are staggering enough to make you pause. Between 70 and 85 million people died during World War II, depending on whose estimates you trust and how you count the casualties. That's roughly 3% of the entire world's population at the time just gone. To put that in perspective, if a similar percentage of today's population vanished, we'd be looking at something like 240 million deaths. Imagine every single person in the United States, Canada, and Australia just disappearing. That's the scale we're discussing here, which really puts into context why your history teacher spent so much time on this particular unit. But raw death tolls, as horrifying as they are, don't tell the whole story. What made World War II different from every conflict that came before it was the total nature of the destruction. Previous wars had been fought largely by armies in relatively defined battlefields, with civilian populations suffering certainly, but often at some remove from the actual fighting. World War II threw that old rulebook directly into the incinerator. Cities became targets. Entire populations became military objectives. The distinction between soldier and civilian blurred until it practically vanished in the smoke of burning metropolises. London, Rotterdam, Warsaw, Stalingrad, Dresden, Tokyo, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. These weren't military installations that happened to have some civilians nearby. These were major urban centres deliberately targeted for destruction, with the explicit goal of breaking the enemy's will to fight by making life itself unbearable for ordinary people. The term total war gets thrown around a lot in history classes, but World War II defined what that actually meant in the most brutal terms imaginable. The geographical scope of this conflict was equally unprecedented. The name World War actually fits this time, unlike that previous unpleasantness from 1914 to 1918, which was really more of a European affair with some colonial side quests. World War II genuinely engulfed the planet. Battles raged across Europe from the frozen forests of Finland to the sun-baked deserts of North Africa. The Soviet Union saw fighting across thousands of miles of territory, from the suburbs of Moscow to the streets of Berlin. Asia and the Pacific became a massive theatre of war stretching from the jungles of Burma to the tiny volcanic islands scattered across the Pacific Ocean. Even places that tried desperately to stay neutral found themselves drawn into the conflict's gravity well. Switzerland sat in the middle of Nazi-occupied Europe doing its best impression of someone trying not to make eye contact on a subway. Sweden sold iron ore to Germany while allowing Norwegian resistance fighters to train on its soil, performing an elaborate balancing act that would have impressed any circus performer. Latin American countries found themselves pressured to pick sides in a European conflict that must have seemed very far away indeed, right up until German U-boats started sinking ships in the Caribbean. The war transformed landscapes in ways that remain visible today. Drive through the French countryside and you'll still find bunkers from the Atlantic Wall, poking up through farmers' fields like concrete mushrooms. The forests of Eastern Europe hide mass graves and former death camps that have become somber pilgrimage sites. Pacific islands that were once pristine tropical paradises got turned into hellish battlegrounds, where every palm tree could hide a sniper and every cave could conceal a machine gun nest. The ocean floor around these islands is littered with the rusted hulks of ships and aircraft, creating artificial reefs that divers explore while trying not to think too hard about how they got there. Cities that were completely levelled, Warsaw saw 85% of its buildings destroyed, while Tokyo lost roughly half its urban area to American firebombing. had to be rebuilt from scratch, creating entirely new urban landscapes that bore little resemblance to what had stood there before. But beyond the physical destruction, World War II fundamentally altered how human beings organized themselves politically, economically, and socially. The war killed off the old European imperial order that had dominated global politics for centuries. Britain and France went into the war as the world's preeminent colonial powers, controlling vast empires that spanned Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. They emerged victorious but bankrupted, their empires suddenly unsustainable luxuries they could no longer afford to maintain. Within 2 decades, most of those colonies had gained independence, redrawing the world map in ways that continue to shape geopolitics today. The United States and Soviet Union emerged as the new superpowers, creating a bipolar world order that would define the next half-century of human history. The Cold War, nuclear weapons, proxy conflicts in Korea and Vietnam, the space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of these flowed directly from the power dynamics established by World War II. The war also accelerated technological development in ways both impressive and terrifying. Necessity being the mother of invention and all that, the massive resources poured into war research produced breakthroughs that would have taken decades to achieve during peacetime, if they'd been achieved at all. Radar, jet engines, computers, antibiotics, synthetic materials, rocket technology, the list goes on and on. Many of the conveniences we take for granted in modern life trace their development directly back to World War II research programs. That microwave in your kitchen? Descended from radar technology developed to detect enemy aircraft. The computer you're watching this video on? Its ancestors were massive calculating machines built to crack enemy codes and compute artillery firing tables. Even the internet itself has roots in military communication systems designed to survive nuclear war. Of course, the war also gave us nuclear weapons, which have been hanging over humanity's head like the sword of Damocles ever since. So perhaps we shouldn't get too excited about the technological silver linings. The Holocaust stands as World War II's most horrific legacy, a systematic genocide so thoroughly planned and industrially executed that it forced humanity to invent new words just to describe what had happened. The term genocide didn't exist before 1944, coined specifically to capture the unique horror of what the Nazis were doing. 6 million Jews murdered, along with millions of others deemed undesirable by Nazi ideology. Roma, Slavs, disabled people, political dissidents, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and countless others. The revelation of the concentration camps and death camps when Allied forces liberated them shocked even battle-hardened soldiers who thought they'd seen everything war had to offer. The photographs and film footage from places like Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and Dachau remain almost impossible to look at directly, even decades later. This wasn't collateral damage or the unfortunate but inevitable result of combat operations. This was deliberate, calculated, industrial-scale murder, complete with detailed record-keeping and efficiency studies. The Nazis approached genocide with the same bureaucratic thoroughness that other countries applied to building highways or organizing postal systems, which says something deeply disturbing about human nature's capacity for evil when wrapped in the trappings of bureaucratic normalcy. The war's impact on international law and human rights cannot be overstated. The Nuremberg trials established that just following orders wasn't an acceptable defense for war crimes, a principle that seems obvious now but was actually quite revolutionary at the time. Previously, soldiers and officials could claim they were simply doing their duty to their country, and therefore bore no personal responsibility for atrocities. Nuremberg said no, actually, there are some lines that cannot be crossed regardless of what your superiors tell you to do. This principle has since become a cornerstone of international law, though its enforcement remains frustratingly inconsistent. The trials also established crimes against humanity as a legal concept, recognizing that certain acts are so heinous that they offend the conscience of all mankind, not just the particular country where they occurred. The United Nations, formed in the war's aftermath with the explicit goal of preventing another such catastrophe, codified many of these principles in its charter and subsequent declarations. Whether the UN has actually succeeded in preventing major conflicts is debatable. Spoiler alert, there have been quite a few wars since 1945, but the framework of international law it helped establish has at least made it harder for countries to behave egregiously without facing some form of international condemnation. The economic impact of the war reshaped global trade and finance in ways that defined the post-war world. The Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 established a new international monetary system with the US dollar at its center, backed by gold and serving as the world's reserve currency. This system gave the United States enormous economic leverage and helped fuel the post-war economic boom that created the modern consumer society. The Marshall Plan poured billions of dollars into rebuilding Western Europe, not entirely out of altruism. The US wanted prosperous trading partners and a buffer against Soviet expansion, but it worked remarkably well at achieving both goals. Japan received similar assistance, transforming from a devastated enemy into a close ally and economic powerhouse within a generation. These reconstruction efforts created a level of international economic integration that would have been unthinkable before the war, when protectionism and economic nationalism were the norm. The social changes unleashed by World War II were equally profound, though often less discussed than the political and economic transformations. The war disrupted traditional social structures in ways that could never be entirely reversed. Women who had worked in factories and offices during the war, keeping the economy running while men fought, were suddenly expected to go back to being housewives once the soldiers came home. Many did or tried to, but the genie was out of the bottle. The idea that women could only handle certain appropriate jobs had been thoroughly disproven by wartime necessity, planting seeds that would blossom into the feminist movements of the 1960s and beyond. The war also disrupted colonial societies in ways that made the old imperial order increasingly difficult to maintain. Colonial soldiers who had fought for their European masters returned home with new skills, new ideas, and less willingness to accept subordinate status. How exactly were you supposed to convince someone that they weren't capable of self-government after they'd spent several years operating complex military equipment and making life-or-death decisions on the battlefield? The war also transformed how people thought about their relationship to the state and to each other. The massive mobilization required to fight total war meant unprecedented government involvement in citizens' daily lives. Rationing, conscription, price controls, production quotas. Governments during World War II exercised powers that would have been unthinkable during peacetime, and citizens largely accepted these intrusions as necessary for survival. Some of this expanded government role persisted after the war ended, contributing to the growth of the welfare state in many countries. If the government could organize massive armies and industrial production to fight the Axis, people reasoned, surely it could also ensure basic healthcare and education for its citizens. The social contract between citizen and state had fundamentally shifted. Medical advances driven by wartime necessity have saved countless lives in the decades since. Penicillin, which had been discovered in 1928 but not mass-produced, became widely available thanks to wartime investment in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Blood banks and blood plasma storage techniques were perfected to treat battlefield casualties, becoming standard practice in civilian hospitals. Advances in treating traumatic injuries, burns and infections were purchased with the suffering of millions of wounded soldiers, but benefited everyone who came after. Plastic surgery techniques developed to repair the horrific facial injuries suffered by pilots and tank crews became the foundation for modern reconstructive surgery. The war even advanced our understanding of psychological trauma, as military psychiatrists dealt with unprecedented numbers of soldiers suffering from what we now call PTSD, but was then known as shell shock or combat fatigue. The recognition that psychological wounds were just as real and just as debilitating as physical ones was hard-won knowledge that has benefited trauma survivors far beyond the battlefield. The cultural impact of World War II continues to reverberate through our entertainment and collective imagination. More movies have been made about World War II than any other historical event, and it's not even close. Every few years brings a new blockbuster depicting D-Day or the Battle of Britain or Stalingrad or the Pacific Island campaigns. Video games have turned the war into interactive entertainment, letting players storm Omaha Beach or fly fighters over the English Channel from the comfort of their couches. Books about the war, both fiction and non-fiction, continue to be published at a staggering rate, finding eager audiences generation after generation. This isn't just morbid fascination with violence, though that's certainly part of it, but something deeper about how the war represents a clear moral conflict in ways that most historical events don't. World War II offers us villains who are unambiguously evil, heroes who displayed genuine courage, and stakes that literally involved the fate of human civilization. It's a story with clear good guys and bad guys at a time when such moral clarity feels increasingly rare in our complicated modern world. The nuclear age began with World War II, fundamentally altering the calculus of international relations and military strategy. The atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 demonstrated that humanity now possessed the power to destroy itself entirely. a rather sobering realization that has influenced every major geopolitical decision since. The Cold War superpowers accumulated enough nuclear weapons to destroy the planet several times over, adopting the aptly named strategy of mutually assured destruction to prevent either side from actually using them. Nuclear weapons have proliferated despite various non-proliferation treaties, with 9 countries now possessing nuclear arsenals of varying sizes. The possibility of nuclear war has hung over humanity like a dark cloud for 8 decades now, shaping everything from civil defense planning to popular culture. Those duck and cover drills that seem so absurd in retrospect were a direct result of World War II giving us the power to vaporize entire cities in seconds. The demographic impact of the war created echoes that lasted for generations. The Soviet Union lost somewhere between 20 and 27 million people, with some estimates running even higher. That's roughly 14% of their pre-war population just gone, creating a demographic hole that took decades to fill. The gender imbalance in the Soviet Union after the war was so severe that an entire generation of women had little hope of finding husbands simply because so many men had died. Similar demographic distortions occurred across Europe and Asia, affecting birth rates, population structures, and social dynamics for decades. The baby boom that followed the war in countries like the United States created a massive generation whose size and needs shaped everything from suburban development to education policy to retirement planning. We're still dealing with the economic and social consequences of that demographic bulge as the baby boomers retire and age. The war also accelerated the decline of European dominance in global affairs, a process that had been underway for some time but reached a tipping point during the conflict. Europe had been the centre of global power for centuries, with European nations conquering and colonising much of the rest of the world. World War II shattered that dominance, leaving European nations economically exhausted and morally discredited. How could Europeans claim to be bringing civilization to the rest of the world after they'd just spent 6 years industrially slaughtering each other? The colonial subjects who had been lectured about European superiority had watched European powers tear themselves apart, severely undermining any claim to moral or cultural supremacy. The subsequent wave of decolonization transformed the international system, creating dozens of new nations and shifting the focus of global affairs beyond Europe for the first time in centuries. The environmental impact of World War II receives less attention than it deserves, but was nonetheless significant. The massive industrial mobilization required to fight the war accelerated air and water pollution to unprecedented levels. Factories running at maximum capacity with minimal environmental controls spewed pollutants into the atmosphere and waterways. The weapons themselves caused enormous environmental damage, from the chemical contamination of battlefields to the destruction of forests and ecosystems by bombing and artillery. The nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki introduced radioactive contamination that persists to this day. Sunken ships leaked oil and other pollutants into the oceans, while abandoned ammunition dumps continued to pose environmental hazards decades later. The rapid industrialization and technological development driven by the war set patterns of resource consumption and environmental degradation that we're still struggling to address. World War II transformed the Middle East in ways that continue to shape current events. The Holocaust created international sympathy for the Zionist cause, contributing to the establishment of Israel in 1948, which in turn set off decades of Arab-Israeli conflict that shows no signs of resolution. The British and French colonial empires in the region collapsed, creating power vacuums and new nation-states with borders drawn by colonial administrators who had paid minimal attention to ethnic, religious, or tribal realities on the ground. The discovery and exploitation of massive oil reserves in the Persian Gulf made the region strategically vital to the global economy, ensuring continued great power involvement in Middle Eastern affairs. Many of today's conflicts in the region can trace their roots back to the post-World War II settlement and the rapid decolonization that followed. The war's impact on science and technology extended far beyond military applications. The massive research programs launched during the war, particularly in the United States and Britain, established new models for government-funded scientific research that persisted into peacetime. The Manhattan Project, which developed the atomic bomb, demonstrated that massive, well-funded research programs could achieve seemingly impossible goals through coordinated effort. This model was subsequently applied to peaceful purposes, from medical research to space exploration. The close collaboration between universities, government, and industry that characterized wartime research became the template for post-war science funding, leading to breakthroughs in everything from transistors to antibiotics. The war proved that scientific research could be a strategic national asset, leading governments to invest in science and technology at levels that would have been unthinkable before the war. The psychological impact of World War II on those who lived through it cannot be quantified, but was undoubtedly profound. An entire generation grew up under the shadow of war, experiencing rationing, air raids, displacement, and the constant fear of invasion or occupation. Even in countries like the United States that weren't directly invaded, the war dominated daily life for years. Children grew up with absent fathers, victory gardens in every yard, and the very real possibility that their country might lose and everything would change. The trauma of the war shaped how that generation approached life, often making them more cautious, more focused on security and stability, more willing to sacrifice personal desires for collective good. Their children, the baby boomers, grew up in the prosperous post-war years and often rebelled against what they saw as their parents' excessive conformity and conservatism, not fully appreciating how the war had shaped their worldview. So why does World War II continue to fascinate us decades later? Partly because it was genuinely the most consequential event of the 20th century, reshaping human civilization in ways we're still discovering. Partly because it offers a clear moral narrative in an increasingly morally ambiguous world. Partly because the sheer scale of the destruction and suffering is almost incomprehensible, pulling us in the way we can't help but look at a car accident. And partly because we're still living in the world that war created, still grappling with its consequences, still trying to understand how humanity could descend into such barbarism and somehow climb back out again. The war destroyed the old world order and created the world we inhabit today, for better and worse. Understanding World War II means understanding the foundations of our modern world, which makes it pretty much essential history for anyone trying to make sense of current events. The war also established precedents for international cooperation that, while imperfect, represented genuine progress in human affairs. The United Nations, whatever its flaws and failures, created a forum for international dialogue that didn't exist before. The Geneva International Tribunals for War Crimes became accepted practice, even if their application remained selective. The principle that sovereignty didn't give nations unlimited license to abuse their own citizens gained acceptance, though again, enforcement remained problematic. These developments don't erase the horrors of the war, but they do represent humanity's attempt to learn from those horrors and prevent their recurrence. The economic boom that followed World War II in many Western countries created a period of prosperity unlike anything seen before. The combination of pent-up consumer demand, technological advances developed during the war, cheap energy, and favourable demographics produced decades of strong economic growth. This prosperity funded the expansion of education, healthcare, and social services, creating the modern welfare state. It also created the consumer culture that defines modern capitalism, for better or worse. The expectation that each generation would be more prosperous than the last became ingrained in Western societies during this period, an expectation that has become increasingly difficult to maintain, but continues to shape political and economic debates. Now that we understand why World War II matters so much, we need to address the uncomfortable question of how it happened in the first place. How did human civilization, which had supposedly been becoming more enlightened and rational, descend into industrial-scale barbarism just 2 decades after the previous war to end all wars? The answer, unfortunately, involves a perfect storm of economic catastrophe, political incompetence, and wounded national pride, all seasoned with a hefty dose of ideological extremism. It's not a cheerful story, but understanding how things went so terribly wrong is essential to understanding the war itself. Let's start in 1919, in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles, where the victorious Allied powers gathered to dictate peace terms to defeated Germany. If you wanted to pinpoint the exact moment where the seeds of World War II were planted, this would be a pretty good candidate. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on June 28, 1919, exactly 5 years after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand that had sparked World War I, was supposed to ensure lasting peace in Europe. Instead, it created conditions that made another war almost inevitable, which really should have earned someone an award for spectacular failure in peace treaty negotiation. The fundamental problem with Versailles was that it tried to accomplish contradictory goals simultaneously. French leader Georges Clemenceau wanted to crush Germany so thoroughly that it could never threaten France again, which was understandable given that German armies had invaded France twice in living memory and turned large portions of French territory into moonscapes of mud and corpses. British Prime Minister David Lloyd George wanted to weaken Germany enough to eliminate it as a rival, but not so much that it would destabilize Central Europe or become unable to trade with Britain. American President Woodrow Wilson wanted a just peace based on his 14 points, which emphasized national self-determination and international cooperation, though he also wanted Germany punished for the war. These goals were fundamentally incompatible, but rather than choose one approach, the Allies tried to do all of them simultaneously, creating a treaty that managed to be simultaneously vindictive and ineffective. Quite an achievement when you think about it. The territorial provisions of Versailles alone were enough to ensure German resentment for decades. Germany lost about 13% of its pre-war territory and 10% of its population. Alsace-Lorraine went back to France, which was historically reasonable since France had lost it to Germany in 1871, but that didn't make it any less painful for Germans living there. The Polish corridor was created to give newly independent Poland access to the Baltic Sea, which meant cutting a strip of territory right through German Prussia, separating East Prussia from the rest of Germany. This wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a humiliating territorial amputation that left millions of ethnic Germans under Polish rule. The coal-rich Saar region was placed under League of Nations control for 15 years, depriving Germany of valuable resources. The port city of Danzig became a free city under League control, despite being predominantly German. Germany's overseas colonies were divided among the victors as League of Nations mandates, ending Germany's brief period as a colonial power. All of these territorial losses were portrayed in Germany not as reasonable adjustments based on ethnic realities or historical claims, but as national humiliation imposed by vengeful enemies. The military provisions of Versailles were equally harsh and equally resented. Germany's military was limited to 100,000 soldiers, which was barely enough for internal security, let alone defending the country's borders. The army was forbidden from having tanks, heavy artillery, or an air force. The navy was limited to a handful of small ships with no submarines allowed. The general staff was dissolved, and universal military conscription was forbidden. These restrictions meant that Germany, which had been one of Europe's great military powers, was reduced to military insignificance almost overnight. This might sound like a reasonable way to prevent future German aggression, and in theory it was, but in practice it created a situation where Germans felt defenseless and humiliated. The fact that none of Germany's neighbours faced similar restrictions, France and Poland both maintained large armies, made the double standard particularly galling. The military restrictions also had the perverse effect of making Germans more, not less, interested in military matters. When something is forbidden, it tends to become more desirable, and the strict limitations on German military power created a sort of nationalist nostalgia for the days when Germany had been a military powerhouse. But the provision of Versailles that caused the most lasting damage was Article 231, the famous war guilt clause. This article stated that Germany accepted responsibility for causing all the loss and damage suffered by the Allied powers during the war. Now, this clause was primarily included to establish a legal basis for demanding reparations. You can't make someone pay for damage unless you first establish that they're responsible for causing it. But the moral and psychological impact went far beyond legal technicalities. To Germans, Article 231 wasn't just establishing financial liability. It was declaring that Germany alone bore responsibility for a war that had involved dozens of nations and resulted from decades of imperial rivalry, alliance systems, and nationalist tensions. This felt manifestly unfair to Germans across the political spectrum, from conservatives to social democrats. Even Germans who acknowledged that their government had made mistakes during the July crisis of 1914 felt that singling out Germany for sole responsibility was unjust. The war guilt clause became a symbol of everything Germans hated about Versailles, a permanent source of national resentment that politicians could exploit for decades. The reparations themselves were even more controversial than the clause establishing Germany's responsibility to pay them. The exact amount wasn't specified in the treaty itself. It was to be determined by a special commission. This uncertainty was almost worse than a specific figure would have been, because it allowed Germans to imagine the worst while giving Allied politicians room to make increasingly ambitious demands to satisfy their own nationalist constituencies. When the final figure was set in 1921 at 132 billion gold marks, roughly $30 billion at the time, or something like 450 billion in today's money, Germans were outraged. This wasn't just a large sum, it was a sum so large that paying it would require Germany to run trade surpluses and make annual payments for decades, keeping the country impoverished and subordinate indefinitely. French economist Etienne Montou later calculated that if Germany had paid the reparations as originally scheduled, the payments would have continued until 1988. Let that sink in for a moment. Germans signing the treaty in 1919 were looking at 70 years of payments for a war they'd just lost. It's hard to imagine a better way to ensure lasting resentment. The economic reality of the reparations proved even more complicated than the politics. Germany had lost much of its productive capacity through the territorial provisions of Versailles, making it harder to generate the wealth needed to make payments. The German economy had been disrupted by 4 years of total war mobilization, and transitioning back to peacetime production, while simultaneously making massive reparations payments, proved nearly impossible. Germany tried to meet the payments initially, but doing so required massive government spending and money printing, which contributed to the hyperinflation that would devastate the German economy in the early 1920s. When Germany inevitably fell behind on payments, the French and Belgians occupied the Ruhr Valley in 1923, Germany's industrial heartland, to extract reparations directly through control of coal mines and factories. This occupation further damaged the German economy while stoking nationalist resentment. The message to Germans was clear. Not only had they lost the war, but they would be kept in a permanently subordinate position by the victors through economic and military coercion. Now we need to address a common misconception here. Later Nazi propaganda claimed that the reparations had strangled the German economy and caused all of Germany's post-war economic problems. This was, unsurprisingly, a significant exaggeration. The reality was more complicated. Actual reparations payments were substantially less than the official amount. Germany paid perhaps a quarter of what was demanded through various negotiated reductions, deferrals, and outright defaults. The hyperinflation of 1923 was caused more by German government policy choices than by reparations payments directly, though the reparations certainly didn't help. By the late 1920s, after the Dawes Plan and Young Plan had restructured the payments, Germany was actually receiving more in American loans than it was paying out in reparations, leading some economists to quip that Germany was paying reparations to France with money borrowed from America, which France was then using to pay war debts to America. A circular flow of money that made everyone happy until American credit dried up in 1929. But while the actual economic impact of reparations was less severe than Nazi propaganda claimed, the psychological and political impact was devastating. The reparations became a symbol of national humiliation, a constant reminder that Germany had lost the war and would be forced to pay for that loss indefinitely. The Treaty of Versailles also violated one of Woodrow Wilson's key principles in a way that would come back to haunt the peacemakers. Wilson had insisted on national self-determination as a guiding principle for the post-war settlement, arguing that peoples should have the right to choose their own governments and not be ruled by foreign powers. This principle was applied selectively and inconsistently, but it was applied. Poland was recreated as an independent state after more than a century of partition. Czechoslovakia was formed from territories of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yugoslavia brought together South Slavs under one government. Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania gained independence from the former Russian Empire. So far, so good for national self-determination. But here's where things got awkward. Millions of ethnic Germans suddenly found themselves living in Poland, Czechoslovakia, France, and other countries, while Austria, a German-speaking rump state of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, was forbidden from uniting with Germany, despite the fact that many Austrians wanted exactly that. So national self-determination applied to Poles, Czechs, and South Slavs, but not to Germans or Austrians. You can see how this might seem like a double standard. This inconsistency created a ticking time bomb. Within Germany and Austria, nationalist politicians could and did point to the millions of ethnic Germans living under foreign rule in places like the Sudetenland of Czechoslovakia or the Polish corridor. They could argue, not entirely without merit, that if national self-determination was really a sacred principle, then these German populations should have the right to join Germany. Of course, allowing this would have undermined the new states created at Versailles, but the logical inconsistency was difficult to defend. Later, Hitler would exploit this issue ruthlessly, positioning himself as the champion of Germans everywhere while portraying the Versailles system as fundamentally unjust. The Allies had created a situation where defending the territorial settlement meant defending an obvious double standard, which made it much harder to resist German demands for revision when those demands were framed in terms of the Allies' own proclaimed principles. The German reaction to Versailles was immediate and almost universally negative across the political spectrum. Conservatives viewed it as a dictated peace, a diktat in German, imposed on Germany at gunpoint rather than negotiated in good faith. The German government had expected negotiations based on Wilson's 14 points, but instead found itself presented with non-negotiable terms and told to sign or face renewed military invasion. The Social Democrats, who had replaced the Kaiser's government and signed the armistice, found themselves in an impossible position. They could refuse to sign the treaty, which would likely result in Allied armies occupying all of Germany, or they could sign it and be forever associated with accepting humiliating terms. They chose to sign, which destroyed their political credibility and created the stab-in-the-back myth that would poison German politics for years to come. The stab-in-the-back myth deserves special attention because of how much damage it caused. This was the idea that Germany hadn't actually been defeated militarily in World War I, but had been betrayed by civilians on the home front, specifically leftists, socialists and Jews, who had supposedly undermined the war effort and then surrendered while German armies were still fighting. This was, to be blunt, complete nonsense. German armies had been pushed back along the entire Western Front in late 1918, losing the gains made during the Spring Offensive. The allies on which Germany depended, Austria-Hungary, Bulgaria and Ottoman Turkey, had all collapsed or surrendered. Germany's own military leadership, including General Ludendorff, had informed the government that the military situation was hopeless and that Germany needed to seek an armistice immediately. The German Navy was on the verge of mutiny. Workers were striking in major cities and the political system was collapsing. Germany sought an armistice because it had lost the war militarily, not because of any betrayal at home. But myths don't need to be true to be politically powerful, and the stab-in-the-back myth was extremely politically powerful. It allowed Germans to avoid confronting the reality of military defeat, instead blaming internal enemies for snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It provided a simple, emotionally satisfying explanation for why Germany had lost the war, and why the post-war situation was so terrible, and it identified convenient scapegoats, leftists and Jews, who could be blamed for all of Germany's problems. Right-wing nationalist groups embraced the myth enthusiastically, using it to attack the democratic Weimar Republic that had replaced the Kaiser's government. The Social Democrats who had signed the armistice and the Versailles Treaty were labelled the November criminals who had betrayed Germany. This myth poisoned German politics throughout the 1920s and created a receptive audience for even more extreme nationalist and anti-Semitic ideologies. The Weimar Republic, Germany's first attempt at democracy, was born under the worst possible circumstances and never really recovered. Established in the aftermath of military defeat, it was immediately associated with the humiliation of Versailles. It faced threats from both the far left, where communists attempted several revolutionary uprisings inspired by the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, and the far right, where nationalist paramilitary groups, the Free Corps, engaged in political violence and assassination. Democratic politicians were attacked and sometimes murdered by right-wing extremists who viewed the Republic as illegitimate. The political centre struggled to maintain order, while extremists on both sides undermined the system at every opportunity. Economic instability made everything worse, as Germans watched their savings evaporate during the hyperinflation of 1923, when prices rose so fast that workers needed wheelbarrows to carry the cash required to buy groceries. That's not a metaphor or exaggeration. There are actual photographs of people carting around stacks of increasingly worthless currency. A loaf of bread that cost 250 marks in January 1923 cost 200 billion marks by November, which rather exceeded the moderate inflation that central banks aim for. The hyperinflation of 1923 deserves a moment of attention because its psychological effects lasted far longer than the economic effects. For the German middle class, who had spent generations carefully saving money and building financial security, watching that security evaporate in a matter of months was traumatic in ways difficult to fully appreciate. Life savings became worthless. Pensions couldn't buy a week's groceries. People who had considered themselves financially secure found themselves impoverished through no fault of their own. The social contract that said hard work and prudent saving would be rewarded was revealed as a lie. This created a generation of Germans who were deeply suspicious of inflation, deeply fearful of economic instability, and deeply angry at the Republican government that had presided over the disaster. Even though the roots of the hyperinflation lay in wartime fiscal policy and reparations demands rather than Weimar's economic management, the trauma of hyperinflation made Germans desperate for economic stability and willing to support authoritarian solutions that promised order and prosperity. Hitler would later exploit this desperation ruthlessly. The The brief period of relative stability in the mid to late 1920s, the so-called Golden Twenties, created false hope that maybe, just maybe, the Weimar Republic might survive and thrive. American loans helped stabilize the German economy. Industrial production recovered. Berlin became a cultural capital rivaling Paris, with a vibrant art scene, groundbreaking theatre and cinema, and a famously decadent nightlife. Politics seemed to be stabilizing, with extremist parties losing support. The Nazi Party, which had attempted a coup in Munich in 1923, seemed to be fading into irrelevance, winning less than 3% of the vote in 1928. The Locarno Treaties of 1925 seemed to indicate that Germany was being reintegrated into the European order. Germany joined the League of Nations in 1926, suggesting that the pariah status imposed at Versailles was ending. Maybe, people dared to hope, the worst was behind them, and Germany could become a normal, prosperous democracy. Then came October 1929, and with it the Wall Street crash that sparked the Great Depression. American loans to Germany stopped almost immediately as American banks desperately tried to shore up their own positions. German businesses that had borrowed heavily from American banks suddenly found themselves unable to refinance their debts. Banks failed, businesses went bankrupt, unemployment soared. By 1932, roughly 6 million Germans were unemployed, nearly a third of the workforce. For young men, unemployment rates were even higher. These weren't just statistics. These were millions of people with no income, no prospects, and a lot of anger looking for someone to blame. The democratic parties of the centre seemed helpless in the face of economic catastrophe, offering cautious, conventional economic policies that clearly weren't working. The communists promised revolution and redistribution, which appealed to some but terrified middle-class Germans who feared a repeat of the Bolshevik Revolution. And the Nazis promised simple solutions: reject Versailles, rebuild the military, restore German pride, and blame convenient scapegoats for everything that had gone wrong. The timing of the Great Depression was particularly unfortunate for the Weimar Republic, because it hit just as the country seemed to be stabilizing. If the Depression had happened 5 years earlier, maybe German democratic institutions would have been too firmly established to be overthrown. If it had happened 5 years later, maybe the memory of hyperinflation would have faded enough that Germans wouldn't panic quite so completely at the prospect of economic collapse. But it hit at exactly the moment when German democracy was most vulnerable, creating perfect conditions for extremist parties to gain support. The Nazi Party, which had been a marginal fringe group with minimal electoral support, suddenly found audiences receptive to their message. Hitler had learned from the failed coup attempt in 1923. You couldn't seize power by force in Weimar Germany, but you might be able to vote your way into power and then abolish democracy from within. That's a rather disturbing lesson in how democracies can fail, but that's exactly what happened. The Depression wasn't just an economic crisis. It was a crisis of faith in the entire liberal capitalist system. If democracy and free markets led to mass unemployment and impoverishment, maybe democracy and free markets weren't worth preserving. This logic wasn't unique to Germany. All across Europe and the Americas, people questioned whether liberal democracy could solve the problems facing modern industrial societies. In the United States, Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal dramatically expanded government power while remaining committed to democracy. In Britain and France, democratic governments managed to navigate the Depression without collapsing into authoritarianism, though not without strain. But in Germany, Italy, Japan, and elsewhere, the Depression accelerated the turn toward authoritarianism and militarism. The coincidence of economic catastrophe and wounded national pride from World War I created a toxic mixture that democratic institutions couldn't contain. It's important to understand that Hitler didn't come to power in a vacuum or purely through his own efforts. He was enabled by conservative elites who thought they could control him and use him for their own purposes. President Hindenburg and his advisors appointed Hitler as Chancellor in January 1933, not because the Nazis had won an electoral majority, they hadn't, but because conservative politicians thought they could manipulate Hitler into advancing their agenda while constraining his more extreme tendencies. This might qualify as one of history's worst miscalculations, right up there with the British thinking they could make Hitler happy by giving him Czechoslovakia. The conservative elites who enabled Hitler's rise believed they were cleverer than they actually were, and failed to recognize that Hitler was actually pretty good at accumulating and wielding power. By the time they realized their mistake, it was too late. Hitler had consolidated power, eliminated his rivals, and transformed Germany into a one-party dictatorship where opposition meant imprisonment or death. The story of how the Nazis consolidated power after January 1933 is simultaneously fascinating and terrifying. Hitler moved quickly to eliminate constraints on his power while maintaining a veneer of legality. The Reichstag fire in February 1933, whether the Nazis actually set it remains debated, but they certainly exploited it, provided a pretext for emergency decrees suspending civil liberties. The Enabling Act of March 1933 gave Hitler's government the power to pass laws without the Reichstag's approval, effectively ending legislative oversight. Political opponents were arrested, intimidated, or forced into exile. The labour movement was destroyed, with unions banned and their leaders imprisoned. The states were brought under central control. By mid-1933, Germany had effectively become a one-party state, with the Nazis controlling all levels of government and civil society. This process, known as Gleichschaltung or coordination, transformed Germany from a flawed but functioning democracy into a totalitarian dictatorship in a matter of months, demonstrating how quickly democratic institutions can collapse when under determined assault. We should also discuss Italy briefly, because Italian fascism provided both an inspiration and a template for the Nazis. Benito Mussolini had seized power in Italy in 1922, exploiting similar conditions, economic instability, fear of communism, and wounded national pride from World War I, to establish a fascist dictatorship. Italy had been on the winning side in World War I, but Italians felt they hadn't received adequate rewards for their sacrifices. The poet Gabriele D'Annunzio coined the phrase mutilated victory to describe Italian disappointment with the post-war settlement, and this sense of grievance helped fuel support for Mussolini's movement. Mussolini provided a model for how to combine populist rhetoric, paramilitary violence, and political maneuvering to seize power. He showed that fascism could be electorally successful while openly rejecting democracy and embracing authoritarianism. His example inspired right-wing movements across Europe, including the Nazis, who initially tried to copy Mussolini's tactics in their failed 1923 coup attempt. Mussolini's ability to stay in power throughout the 1920s while openly mocking democracy and parliamentary government demonstrated that liberal democracy wasn't inevitable or irreversible, a lesson not lost on authoritarians elsewhere. Japan's path toward militarism and expansionism followed a somewhat different trajectory but ended up in a similar place. Japan had been rapidly modernizing since the Meiji Restoration of 1868, transforming from a feudal society into a major industrial power in just a few decades. Japan had fought on the Allied side in World War I, seizing German colonial possessions in the Pacific and gaining recognition as one of the world's great powers. But Japanese leaders felt that Western powers didn't treat Japan as an equal despite its military and economic achievements. The Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 limited Japanese naval construction, which Japanese militarists viewed as an insult, suggesting that Japan didn't deserve a navy equal to Britain or America. The Great Depression hit Japan hard, creating economic instability and undermining faith in parliamentary government. Japanese militarists argued that Japan needed to secure resources and markets through military expansion, creating a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere that would free Asia from Western colonial domination, though the reality would be Japanese colonial domination with a thin veneer of Pan-Asian rhetoric. The League of Nations, which was supposed to prevent future conflicts through collective security, proved worse than useless at addressing the rising tide of aggression in the 1930s. When Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931, the League investigated, issued a report condemning Japanese aggression, and did precisely nothing to actually stop it. Japan responded by leaving the League, demonstrating that membership was optional and carried no real consequences. When Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, the League imposed sanctions, but they were so weak and riddled with loopholes that they barely inconvenienced Mussolini, while making clear that the League couldn't actually stop aggression. Each successful act of aggression that went unpunished encouraged the next one, creating a pattern of aggression and appeasement that would define the 1930s. The policy of appeasement deserves special attention because it's been so thoroughly condemned by hindsight, but made more sense at the time than we often acknowledge. British and French leaders in the 1930s remembered World War I vividly. The industrial slaughter in the trenches, the massive casualties, the economic and social disruption. They desperately wanted to avoid another such conflict. If giving Germany some concessions, allowing military rearmament, accepting the remilitarization of the Rhineland, agreeing to the Anschluss with Austria, could preserve peace, wasn't that preferable to war? Moreover, many British and French leaders privately acknowledged that some provisions of Versailles had been unfair. If Germany wanted to rearm to a level comparable to its neighbours, was that really unreasonable? If ethnic Germans in Austria and Czechoslovakia wanted to join Germany, wasn't that just national self-determination? The problem was that Hitler wasn't interested in limited revisions to Versailles. He wanted to overthrow the entire post-World War I order, dominate Europe, and pursue racial policies of breathtaking brutality. But that wasn't entirely clear in the mid-1930s, or at least British and French leaders could convince themselves it wasn't clear, because acknowledging Hitler's true intentions would have required immediate action that they desperately wanted to avoid. The Spanish Civil War from 1936 to 1939 served as a dress rehearsal for World War II, with the Axis powers supporting Franco's nationalists and the Soviet Union supporting the Republicans, while Western democracies remained officially neutral. German and Italian forces tested new weapons and tactics in Spain, gaining valuable combat experience. The Luftwaffe's bombing of Guernica in 1937 demonstrated that modern air power could devastate civilian populations, a grim preview of what was coming. The international brigades that fought for the Republic attracted volunteers from across the world who recognized that Spanish fascism was part of a broader threat that needed to be confronted. George Orwell, who fought in Spain and later wrote about his experiences, saw clearly that the Spanish Civil War was the opening act of a larger conflict that would engulf the world. But Western governments, paralysed by domestic political divisions and reluctant to risk war, stood aside while Spain descended into a brutal civil conflict that killed hundreds of thousands and ended with yet another fascist dictatorship in power. Germany's rearmament proceeded at a breathtaking pace once Hitler abandoned even the pretense of complying with Versailles restrictions. The military budget exploded, growing from roughly 1 billion Reichsmarks in 1933 to over 10 billion by 1936. Conscription was reintroduced, rapidly expanding the army's size. The Luftwaffe was created as an independent air force, with plans for building thousands of aircraft. The Navy began construction of new battleships and submarines. German industry was reorganized to support rearmament, with massive state investment in sectors crucial for military production. This rearmament had multiple purposes. Obviously, it prepared Germany for war, but it also helped reduce unemployment, as millions of Germans found jobs in arms factories or the expanded military. It demonstrated that Nazi economic policies were working, at least in the short term, building popular support for the regime. And it sent a message to Germany's neighbours and potential adversaries that the period of German weakness was ending, and that Germany was once again a military power to be reckoned with. The remilitarization of the Rhineland in March 1936 was a crucial moment that demonstrated both Hitler's willingness to take risks and the democracy's unwillingness to respond forcefully. The Versailles Treaty had demilitarized the Rhineland, the western region of Germany bordering France, creating a buffer zone that would give France advance warning of any German attack. Hitler ordered German troops to reoccupy this zone, directly violating both Versailles and the Locarno treaties that Germany had voluntarily signed. This was a massive gamble. The German military wasn't ready for war with France, and Hitler had ordered his troops to withdraw if the French military responded. But France didn't respond beyond diplomatic protests. The French government was in the midst of an election campaign and reluctant to take military action without British support. The British government felt that Germany was simply moving troops into its own territory, which didn't really seem like an act of aggression worth starting a war over, never mind that treaties had specifically forbidden this action. The successful remilitarization showed Hitler that the Western powers wouldn't fight to enforce the Versailles system, emboldening him to take even bigger risks. The Anschluss, the annexation of Austria in March 1938, represented another major success for Hitler and another failure for the Western powers to respond effectively. Austria was an independent German-speaking nation that many Austrians wanted to join with Germany. The Versailles Treaty had specifically forbidden such a union to prevent Germany from growing stronger by absorbing Austria. Hitler orchestrated a crisis, with Austrian Nazis creating chaos and demanding union with Germany. German troops entered Austria unopposed, and a carefully managed plebiscite delivered the expected result. Over 99% of Austrians supposedly voted for union with Germany, though the vote was neither free nor fair. The Western powers protested but took no action. Hitler had expanded German territory and population without firing a shot, demonstrating again that aggression could succeed if executed boldly, while the democracies were paralysed by division and uncertainty. The Czechoslovak crisis of 1938 brought Europe to the brink of war and resulted in the Munich Agreement, which has become synonymous with the failure of appeasement. Czechoslovakia was a democratic state created after World War I that included substantial German, Hungarian, and Polish minorities, alongside the majority Czechs and Slovaks. The Sudetenland region bordering Germany had a majority ethnic German population, and Hitler demanded that this region be transferred to Germany. The Sudeten Germans did have some legitimate grievances about discrimination and economic marginalization, but Hitler wasn't interested in minority rights. He wanted to destroy Czechoslovakia as a potential threat and seize its substantial military industries. Czechoslovakia had a well-trained army and strong border fortifications and was prepared to fight. France and the Soviet Union both had alliances with Czechoslovakia that theoretically obligated them to come to its defence. But British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain desperately wanted to avoid war, believing that Hitler's demands were limited and reasonable. The Munich Conference in September 1938 brought together Britain, France, Germany and Italy. Notably, Czechoslovakia wasn't invited to this meeting about its own dismemberment, and reached an agreement. The Sudetenland would be transferred to Germany in exchange for Hitler's promise that he had no further territorial demands. Chamberlain returned to Britain waving the Munich Agreement and declaring he had achieved peace for our time, a phrase that has haunted his legacy ever since. At the time, many people were genuinely relieved that war had been averted, and Chamberlain was celebrated as a peacemaker. But within months, it became clear that Munich had been a catastrophic mistake. In March 1939, Hitler seized the rest of Czechoslovakia, violating the Munich Agreement and proving that his promises were worthless. Chamberlain's policy of appeasement lay in ruins, thoroughly discredited. The final lesson was clear. Hitler couldn't be satisfied with limited concessions. He could only be stopped by force, which meant that war was inevitable unless the democracies were willing to allow Hitler to dominate Europe entirely. The story of how we got from the Versailles Treaty to the eve of World War II is essentially the story of how a catastrophically bad peace settlement, combined with economic disaster and the rise of totalitarian ideologies, created conditions where aggressive authoritarian regimes could expand, while democratic nations proved unwilling or unable to stop them until it was too late. Could it have been different? Absolutely. A more generous peace in 1919 might have given German democracy a better chance to succeed. Earlier, more forceful responses to German, Italian and Japanese aggression in the 1930s might have deterred further expansion. The Great Depression might have been handled in ways that didn't push desperate populations toward extremism. But history doesn't offer do-overs. The decisions made and not made in the years between 1919 and 1939 set the stage for the most destructive conflict in human history. Understanding those decisions and their consequences helps explain not just why World War II happened, but how even well-intentioned people can make catastrophically bad choices when facing complex, rapidly evolving crises. The democratic power's failure to confront aggression early, when it could have been stopped relatively easily, meant that when war finally came, it was much more difficult and costly than it needed to be. In 1936, when Germany remilitarized the Rhineland with a small, ill-prepared force, France could have easily stopped them. By 1939, Germany had the strongest military in Europe and could only be defeated by years of total war costing millions of lives. The lesson, that appeasement of aggressive authoritarian regimes only encourages further aggression and makes eventual conflict more destructive, seems obvious in retrospect. But the people making decisions in the 1930s didn't have hindsight. They were doing their best to navigate an incredibly difficult situation, trying to prevent another catastrophic war while dealing with economic crisis, domestic political constraints, and genuine uncertainty about Hitler's intentions and capabilities. They failed, and the world paid a terrible price for that failure. But understanding why they failed, why smart, experienced leaders made such catastrophically bad decisions, is essential to understanding how World War II happened, and hopefully learning how to avoid similar disasters in the future. With the foundations for disaster firmly laid, let's talk about the men who actually pushed the world into the abyss. By the late 1930s, 3 major authoritarian regimes had consolidated power and were actively preparing for territorial expansion through military force. Germany, Italy and Japan each followed somewhat different paths to aggressive militarism, but they shared certain characteristics: rejection of democracy, embrace of ultranationalism, glorification of military power, and contempt for the international order established after World War I. These weren't just regular authoritarian governments. Plenty of those existed without starting world wars. These were regimes actively committed to overturning the existing international system and willing to use massive violence to achieve their goals. Understanding how these regimes came to power and prepared for war is crucial to understanding how the catastrophe unfolded. Let's start with Adolf Hitler, since he was ultimately the primary architect of World War II in Europe. Hitler's rise to power was neither inevitable nor purely the result of his own efforts. He was enabled by conservative elites who thought they could control him, by economic catastrophe that made desperate people receptive to extremist solutions, and by a political system that allowed a determined minority to seize control of state institutions. Hitler joined the German Workers' Party, which soon renamed itself the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazis for short, in 1919 as an army intelligence agent tasked with monitoring extremist groups. Instead of monitoring them, he joined them and quickly took over, discovering that he had a genuine talent for public speaking and political organization. Not exactly what his army superiors had in mind, but there you go. Hitler's political message was relatively simple and designed to appeal to Germans' grievances and fears. He blamed Germany's problems on the Treaty of Versailles, the November criminals who had signed the armistice, communists, and above all Jews. He promised to restore German military power, reclaim lost territories, and make Germany great again. And yes, that slogan has been used before, which should probably tell you something about the kind of politicians who favour it. He combined this nationalist message with a vague sort of socialism that promised to help ordinary Germans while attacking international finance capital, which was code for Jewish bankers. This ideological mixture, intense nationalism combined with promises of economic relief, proved remarkably effective at attracting supporters from across German society, from unemployed workers to small business owners to students to veterans. The Nazi Party remained relatively small and marginal throughout the 1920s, despite Hitler's oratorical talents and the party's aggressive propaganda. The attempted coup in Munich in 1923, the so-called Beer Hall Putsch, ended in failure, with Hitler arrested and sentenced to prison. He used his time in prison, which turned out to be quite comfortable and brief, to write Mein Kampf, his political manifesto outlining his ideology and plans for Germany. The book was rambling, poorly organised, and filled with racist pseudoscience and historical nonsense, but it laid out pretty clearly what Hitler intended to do if he gained power: overturn Versailles, eliminate Jews from German society, expand German territory eastward, and establish German domination of Europe. Of course, the book was also nearly unreadable, so perhaps we can forgive people for not getting through it. The Great Depression transformed the Nazi Party from a fringe movement into a major political force. As unemployment soared and the democratic parties seemed helpless, Germans began looking for radical alternatives. The Nazi vote share jumped from less than 3% in 1928 to 18% in 1930 to 37% in July 1932. This still wasn't a majority. In fact, the Nazis never won a majority in a free election, but it made them the largest party in the Reichstag. Hitler demanded to be appointed Chancellor, arguing that as leader of the largest party he deserved the position. President Hindenburg, an elderly conservative who personally despised Hitler, initially refused. But conservative politicians convinced Hindenburg that they could control Hitler and use him to advance their own agenda while constraining his extremism. This might qualify as one of history's most spectacular misjudgments, rivaling the Trojan decision to bring that large wooden horse inside the city walls. Hitler was appointed Chancellor on January 30th, 1933, leading a coalition government where Nazis held only a minority of cabinet positions. Conservative politicians congratulated themselves on their clever manoeuvring, confident they could control this crude upstart. Within months, Hitler had completely outmaneuvered them, consolidating absolute power and transforming Germany into a one-party dictatorship. The Reichstag fire on February 27, 1933, provided a convenient pretext for emergency measures suspending civil liberties. Whether the Nazis actually set the fire remains debated, though they certainly exploited it with remarkable efficiency for something they supposedly had nothing to do with. The Enabling Act in March gave Hitler's government the power to pass laws without Reichstag approval, effectively ending parliamentary democracy. Political opponents were arrested, intimidated, or forced into exile. Labour unions were banned and their leaders imprisoned. The states were brought under central control. By mid-1933, the transformation was complete. Germany had gone from a flawed but functioning democracy to a totalitarian dictatorship in a matter of months. The speed and thoroughness of the Nazi takeover demonstrated that democratic institutions are more fragile than we often assume. The Weimar Constitution had been carefully crafted with numerous checks and balances, designed to prevent any group from monopolizing power. None of it mattered once a determined authoritarian movement gained control of key state institutions and was willing to use violence and intimidation to eliminate opposition. The Nazis didn't need to win a majority. They just needed enough support to gain access to state power, after which they could systematically eliminate all constraints on their authority. It's a sobering lesson in how quickly democracy can collapse when faced with determined opposition from within. Once in power, Hitler moved quickly to prepare Germany for war. Rearmament became the central focus of government policy, with military spending increasing dramatically each year. The Treaty of Versailles had limited Germany's military to 100,000 men. By 1939, Germany had over 4 million men under arms. The Luftwaffe was created from scratch, growing into one of the world's most formidable air forces. The Navy began building submarines, battleships, and cruisers. Tank production ramped up, creating the armoured divisions that would spearhead Germany's blitzkrieg campaigns. German industry was reorganised to support rearmament, with massive state investment in sectors crucial for military production. 4-year plans set production targets for strategic materials like steel, aluminum, and synthetic rubber. The German economy became essentially a war economy several years before war actually began, which should have been a pretty clear signal about Hitler's intentions to anyone paying attention. The rearmament served multiple purposes beyond preparing for war. It helped reduce unemployment, as millions found jobs in arms factories or the expanded military. This economic improvement, combined with aggressive propaganda, built popular support for the Nazi regime. Germans who had been unemployed and desperate in 1932 had jobs and rising living standards by 1936, creating a sense that Nazi policies were working. The fact that this prosperity was built on deficit spending and would eventually require either conquering other countries or economic collapse wasn't immediately obvious to most Germans. For a few years, the Nazi economic miracle seemed real, even if the foundation was fundamentally unsustainable. The Nazi regime also invested heavily in propaganda and public spectacles designed to build support and project power. Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda, understood that modern mass communications could be used to shape public opinion in unprecedented ways. Radio broadcasts brought Hitler's speeches into millions of German homes. Carefully staged rallies like the annual Nuremberg Party Congress created images of unity and strength that were then broadcast through newsreels and photographs. The 1936 Berlin Olympics were turned into a massive propaganda spectacle showcasing Germany's resurgence, though the success of Black American athlete Jesse Owens somewhat complicated the Nazi message about Aryan supremacy. Leni Riefenstahl's propaganda films, particularly Triumph of the Will, pioneered new techniques in documentary filmmaking while glorifying the Nazi regime. The Nazis understood that modern totalitarianism required not just coercion, but active participation and enthusiasm from the population, achieved through constant propaganda and public ritual. The Nazi persecution of Jews began immediately after Hitler took power and escalated steadily throughout the 1930s. The April 1933 boycott of Jewish businesses was followed by laws excluding Jews from civil service and various professions. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 stripped Jews of German citizenship and forbade marriage between Jews and non-Jews. Jewish businesses were progressively expropriated through a process euphemistically called Aryanization. The November 1938 pogrom known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass, saw organized mobs attacking Jewish homes, businesses and synagogues throughout Germany while police stood by or actively participated. The increasing persecution was part of a deliberate strategy to make life so unbearable for Jews that they would emigrate, solving what the Nazis called the Jewish question through forced expulsion. This policy had limited success. Many German Jews did emigrate, but other countries were reluctant to accept large numbers of Jewish refugees, and many Jews were reluctant to abandon their homes and businesses in the hope that the madness would pass. Those who stayed would face far worse than discrimination and persecution once the war began. Now let's talk about Italy and Benito Mussolini, who had actually pioneered many of the techniques that Hitler later copied. Mussolini had been a socialist journalist before World War I but became a fierce nationalist during the war, and afterward founded the Fascist Party, which combined ultranationalism with anti-communism and promised to restore Roman greatness to Italy. Mussolini's black shirts used violence and intimidation against socialists and communists, essentially waging a low-level civil war in Italian streets while the government did little to stop them. In October 1922, Mussolini organised the March on Rome, a partially genuine and partially theatrical show of force where thousands of fascists descended on the capital, demanding that Mussolini be appointed Prime Minister. King Victor Emmanuel III, rather than ordering the army to suppress the fascists, decided to avoid a confrontation and appointed Mussolini to lead the government. Democracy in Italy effectively ended at that moment, though it took a few more years for Mussolini to fully consolidate his dictatorship. Mussolini's foreign policy was driven by a desire to recreate a Roman Empire in the Mediterranean and establish Italy as a great power equal to Britain and France. Unfortunately for Mussolini, Italy didn't actually have the economic or military resources to support such ambitions. But that didn't stop him from trying. Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, one of the few remaining independent African nations, in a campaign notable for its use of chemical weapons against an enemy armed primarily with rifles and spears. The League of Nations imposed sanctions on Italy for this aggression, but the sanctions were so weak and riddled with loopholes, crucially they didn't include oil, which Italy needed to fuel its military, that they barely inconvenienced Mussolini while demonstrating conclusively that the League was toothless. Italy completed its conquest of Ethiopia in 1936, with Mussolini declaring the foundation of Italian East Africa, and King Victor Emmanuel adding Emperor of Ethiopia to his title, because apparently one insufficient title wasn't enough. The Ethiopian conquest marked the beginning of Italy's alignment with Nazi Germany. Previously, Italy and Germany had been potential rivals, particularly over Austria, where Mussolini opposed German expansion. But the League's sanctions pushed Italy toward Germany, which had supported Italy during the Ethiopian crisis. In 1936, Germany and Italy formed the Rome-Berlin Axis, an alliance that would give World War II one of its defining terms. Both countries intervened in the Spanish Civil War on behalf of Franco's nationalists, providing weapons, troops, and air support that proved crucial to Franco's eventual victory. Spain became a testing ground for German and Italian weapons and tactics, with the Luftwaffe's bombing of Guernica providing a brutal preview of what modern air power could do to civilian populations. The intervention in Spain strengthened the ties between the fascist regimes and demonstrated that they could cooperate militarily, though it also revealed some significant deficiencies in Italian military capabilities that Mussolini preferred to ignore. Mussolini's relationship with Hitler was complicated. Il Duce had been in power for more than a decade when Hitler became Chancellor, and initially viewed the Nazi leader as something of an upstart imitator. But as German power grew while Italy's relative position declined, the dynamic shifted, with Italy becoming increasingly dependent on German support. Mussolini's attempts to match German military achievements repeatedly exceeded Italy's actual capabilities, leading to disasters once war began. But in the late 1930s, the Rome-Berlin Axis seemed to represent a new order in Europe, where fascist powers could reshape the continent according to their will, while the democracies wrung their hands and issued protests. Japan's path to militarism and aggression was distinct from both Germany and Italy, but ended up in a similar place. Japan had been rapidly modernizing since the Meiji Restoration of 1868, transforming from a feudal society to an industrial power in just a few decades. Japan adopted a constitutional monarchy with parliamentary institutions, though real power remained with a small elite including the military, bureaucracy, and business leaders. Japan built a modern military that defeated China in 1895 and shockingly defeated Russia in 1905, marking the first time in modern history that an Asian power had defeated a European one. This victory earned Japan recognition as a great power, but Japanese leaders felt they never received the respect and equal treatment they deserved from Western powers. Japan's participation in World War I on the Allied side was limited but profitable. Japan seized German colonial possessions in China and the Pacific, and presented China with the 21 demands, which would have essentially reduced China to a Japanese protectorate. The Western powers forced Japan to back down on the more extreme demands, which Japanese nationalists viewed as another example of Western powers denying Japan its rightful place. The post-war Washington Naval Treaty limited Japanese naval construction to 60% of American and British limits, which Japanese militarists viewed as an insult suggesting that Japan didn't deserve equality with Western powers. This sense of grievance, that Japan had modernized, industrialized, and built a powerful military but still wasn't treated as an equal by the West, fueled Japanese nationalism and expansionism throughout the interwar period. The Great Depression hit Japan particularly hard because the Japanese economy depended heavily on exports of silk and other goods to Western markets. When those markets collapsed, Japan's economy collapsed with them. As in Germany, economic catastrophe discredited the existing political system and created an opening for radical alternatives. In Japan's case, this took the form of increasingly powerful military factions that advocated solving Japan's economic problems through territorial expansion. The military argued that Japan needed to create an autarkic empire, a Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, that would provide raw materials and markets independent of the Western-dominated international economy. This was dressed up in Pan-Asian rhetoric about liberating Asia from Western colonialism, though the reality would be Japanese imperialism replacing Western imperialism, just with different masters. The Japanese military's invasion of Manchuria in 1931 marked the beginning of Japanese expansion and the first major challenge to the post-World War I international order. Manchuria, the northern region of China, was rich in resources and lightly defended. The Japanese army fabricated an incident, the Mukden Incident, as a pretext for invasion and quickly conquered the entire region, despite nominal orders from the civilian government in Tokyo to halt the operation. The military's ability to act independently of civilian control was a distinctive and dangerous feature of Japanese politics. The army and navy had direct access to the emperor and could veto government decisions by threatening to withdraw their representatives from the cabinet, effectively bringing down the government. This meant that civilian politicians often couldn't control the military even when they wanted to, creating a situation where military adventures could be undertaken by mid-level officers with minimal oversight. The League of Nations investigated the Manchuria situation and issued the Lytton Report, which condemned Japanese aggression and recommended that Manchuria be returned to Chinese sovereignty. Japan's response was to leave the League of Nations, demonstrating that membership was voluntary and carried no real consequences. The failure to respond effectively to Japanese aggression in Manchuria was the first major sign that the League couldn't actually prevent wars, undermining the entire concept of collective security. If aggression could succeed without consequence, why wouldn't other countries try it? The Italian invasion of Ethiopia and German violations of Versailles followed the same pattern: aggression, League condemnation, no effective response, successful expansion. Each unpunished act of aggression encouraged the next one. Throughout the 1930s, the Japanese military expanded its control over Japanese politics through a combination of political pressure, threats, and occasional assassinations. Young military officers, impatient with what they saw as corrupt civilian politicians and timid senior officers, formed secret societies and launched several attempted coups. The May 15th incident in 1932 saw young naval officers assassinate Prime Minister Inukai Tsuyoshi for opposing military policies. The February 26th incident in 1936 involved a large-scale coup attempt by young army officers who assassinated several government officials before being suppressed by other military units. While these coup attempts failed, they had the effect of intimidating civilian politicians and strengthening military influence over policy. By the late 1930s, Japan was effectively under military control, with the civilian government unable to restrain military expansionism even when it wanted to. Japan's full-scale invasion of China in 1937 marked a major escalation of Japanese aggression. Following the capture of Nanjing was followed by the Nanjing Massacre, where Japanese forces spent weeks systematically murdering Chinese civilians and prisoners of war. Estimates of deaths range from tens of thousands to over 300,000, making it one of the worst atrocities of the 20th century. The massacre revealed the extreme brutality that characterized Japanese military operations in China, where Chinese were viewed as racially inferior and deserving of treatment that would never have been acceptable against Western enemies. The war in China bogged down into a stalemate that would last until 1945. Japan controlled major cities and transportation networks, but couldn't suppress Chinese resistance or force a peace settlement. The Chinese nationalist government under Chiang Kai-shek retreated inland, establishing a wartime capital at Chongqing, while continuing to resist with supplies provided by the Soviet Union and later the United States via the Burma Road. Communist forces under Mao Zedong controlled portions of northern China and waged guerrilla warfare against the Japanese. The ongoing war in China drained Japanese resources and tied down millions of Japanese soldiers who would be unavailable for operations elsewhere once the wider war began. Japanese leaders found themselves stuck in a conflict they couldn't win but couldn't afford to lose, which would profoundly shape Japanese decision-making as war with the Western powers approached. The Tripartite Pact of September 1940, which formally allied Germany, Italy and Japan, marked the full formation of what would be called the Axis powers. The pact committed the three powers to mutual defence and recognised their respective spheres of influence: Europe for Germany and Italy, Asia for Japan. The pact was aimed primarily at deterring American intervention by threatening that if the US fought one Axis power, it would have to fight all three. This calculation would prove spectacularly wrong, but in 1940 the Axis powers were riding high, with Germany dominant in Europe and Japan controlling much of China and positioning itself for expansion into Southeast Asia. The pact seemed to herald a new world order where fascist powers would dominate their respective regions while the democracies stood helplessly aside. The ideology of these three regimes shared certain common elements despite significant differences in details. All three rejected liberal democracy as weak and decadent, incapable of decisive action or inspiring popular loyalty. All three glorified military power and viewed war as natural and even beneficial for national strength. All three embraced extreme nationalism and viewed their nations as deserving of dominance over other peoples. All three promoted cults of personality around their leaders, Hitler's Führer principle, Mussolini's Il Duce, and Japan's reverence for the emperor, though in Japan's case the military acted in the emperor's name, while keeping him largely isolated from actual decision-making. And all three were willing to use massive violence against their own populations and conquered peoples to achieve their goals. The Western democracy's response to these rising threats was painfully inadequate throughout the 1930s. The policy of appeasement, giving concessions to aggressive powers in hopes of satisfying their demands and avoiding war, dominated British and French foreign policy. This policy had a certain logic to it. The memories of World War I were still fresh, and nobody wanted another such catastrophe. Some German grievances about Versailles were legitimate, so maybe addressing them would satisfy German nationalism without war. Britain and France had their own internal problems, economic depression, political divisions, pacifist movements, that made military action difficult. And there was genuine uncertainty about Hitler's ultimate goals, and whether he could be satisfied with limited territorial revisions or intended unlimited expansion. But appeasement failed because it was based on a fundamental misreading of Hitler's intentions. The British and French leaders thought they were dealing with a traditional nationalist leader who wanted to revise some unjust provisions of Versailles, but could be satisfied with limited concessions. Hitler wasn't interested in limited revisions. He wanted to overthrow the entire international order and establish German racial domination of Europe. Every concession granted simply confirmed Hitler's belief that the democracies were weak and wouldn't fight, emboldening him to make further demands. The policy of appeasement didn't buy peace. It just gave Germany time to rearm and grow stronger, making the eventual war more difficult and costly than it needed to be. The failure of the League of Nations to prevent aggression was both a symptom and a cause of the drift toward war. The League had been created with the noble goal of preventing future wars through collective security, the idea that if all countries agreed to defend any member that was attacked, aggression would be deterred, because aggressors would face overwhelming opposition. In theory, this made sense. In practice, it required that member nations actually be willing to risk war to defend collective security, and they weren't. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy invaded Ethiopia, when Germany violated Versailles, the League issued condemnations but took no effective action. The fatal flaw in collective security was that it required countries to risk their own interests to defend abstract principles in distant countries, and most countries weren't willing to do that. National interest trumped collective security every time, rendering the League impotent. By the late 1930s, the League was essentially irrelevant, a forum for ineffectual debate while the world slid toward war. The Soviet Union under Stalin represented another totalitarian regime that would profoundly affect the war's course, though its role was more ambiguous than Germany, Italy, or Japan. Stalin had consolidated power in the late 1920s, eliminating rivals and transforming the Soviet Union into a totalitarian state even more extreme than Nazi Germany in some ways. The forced collectivization of agriculture had caused a famine that killed millions of people, particularly in Ukraine. The Great Terror of 1936-1938 saw Stalin purge the Communist Party, military and intelligentsia of anyone he viewed as a potential threat, executing hundreds of thousands and sending millions to the Gulag forced labor camps. The purge of the military was particularly damaging, with thousands of experienced officers executed or imprisoned, leaving the Red Army critically weakened just as war approached. Stalin's foreign policy in the 1930s was driven primarily by fear of German attack and desire to buy time to prepare Soviet defences. The Soviet Union had advocated collective security against fascism and had signed mutual defence treaties with France and Czechoslovakia. But Stalin had no faith that the Western powers would actually fight for collective security. Their abandonment of Czechoslovakia at Munich confirmed his suspicions. When Germany demanded concessions from Poland in 1939 and war seemed inevitable, Stalin made a calculated decision that would shock the world and enable Hitler to start World War II. The immediate trigger for World War II was Germany's invasion of Poland on September 1, 1939. Though calling it a trigger makes it sound almost accidental when it was actually the culmination of Hitler's long-planned aggressive expansion. By mid-1939, it was clear to anyone paying attention that war was coming. Germany had absorbed Austria, dismembered Czechoslovakia, and was now making demands on Poland that would obviously lead to war if Poland resisted. The question wasn't whether war would happen, but when and under what circumstances. Hitler provided the answer in the most unambiguous way possible by sending his armies across the Polish border in a campaign that would introduce the world to a new style of warfare and demonstrate that the lessons of World War I's trench warfare had been learned, though not unfortunately by everyone. But to understand September 1st, 1939, we need to talk about what happened just a week earlier, because the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact signed on August 23, 1939, was one of the most stunning diplomatic maneuvers of the 20th century. Picture this. Nazi Germany, whose ideology centered on hatred of communism and identification of Bolshevism with Jewish conspiracy, and the Soviet Union, which Hitler had repeatedly identified as Germany's eternal enemy and future living space, suddenly announcing they were best friends. Well, not friends exactly, but agreeing not to attack each other and to divide Eastern Europe between them, according to secret protocols that carved up Poland, the Baltic states, and other territories, like they were planning a real estate development, rather than determining the fate of millions of people. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, named after the Soviet and German foreign ministers who signed it, was cynical realpolitik at its finest. For Hitler, it removed the threat of a two-front war, allowing him to attack Poland without worrying about Soviet intervention. For Stalin, it bought time to prepare Soviet defences, recovered territories lost after World War I, and potentially allowed Germany and the Western powers to exhaust themselves fighting each other, while the Soviet Union stayed safely on the sidelines. Both dictators clearly viewed the pact as a temporary tactical arrangement rather than any genuine alliance, but for the moment, it served both their purposes. The shocking thing wasn't that two dictators made a cynical deal to divide weaker countries between them. That's what dictators do, but that they did so despite their ideological incompatibility, revealing that ideology was secondary to power politics when push came to shove. The secret protocols of the pact are particularly interesting because both sides denied their existence for decades. The protocols divided Eastern Europe into German and Soviet spheres of influence with remarkable specificity. Poland would be divided along the Nara, Vistula and San rivers, with Western Poland going to Germany and Eastern Poland to the Soviet Union. Finland, Estonia, Latvia and Bessarabia, part of Romania, were assigned to the Soviet sphere. Lithuania was initially assigned to Germany, but later traded to the Soviet sphere in exchange for a larger chunk of Poland. These weren't vague understandings. These were detailed agreements about exactly which territories each dictatorship could grab, complete with maps and specific boundaries. The fact that the Soviet Union denied the existence of these protocols until 1989 says something about how embarrassing it was to admit that the socialist motherland had conspired with fascist Germany to carve up Eastern Europe. The pact shocked Western communist parties and sympathizers who had been loyally following the Soviet line of anti-fascist collective security. Suddenly they had to reverse course and argue that the war against Germany wasn't an anti-fascist crusade but an imperialist conflict that workers should oppose. This intellectual gymnastics was too much for some communists, who left the party in disgust. But many others dutifully followed the new line, demonstrating the extent to which communist parties worldwide functioned as instruments of Soviet foreign policy rather than independent movements. When Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, they would have to reverse course again, suddenly remembering that fascism was bad after all. The credibility damage from these whiplash reversals would take years to repair. Poland's position in August 1939 was unenviable in the extreme. Germany demanded the return of Danzig, the free city under League of Nations control, and the creation of an extraterritorial highway and railway across the Polish corridor to connect East Prussia with the rest of Germany. These demands were clearly designed to be rejected, providing Hitler with a pretext for invasion. Unlike Czechoslovakia at Munich, Poland refused to surrender territory without a fight. Britain and France had finally recognized that appeasement had failed and guaranteed Polish independence, promising to declare war on Germany if Poland was attacked. Poland had a large army and had mobilized in response to German threats. Polish leaders hoped that if they could hold out for a few weeks, French and British intervention would force Germany to fight a two-front war and potentially cause Hitler to back down or face defeat. This was not entirely unreasonable strategic thinking, but it dramatically underestimated how quickly German forces could destroy the Polish military. Hitler needed a pretext for invasion that would allow him to claim Poland had forced Germany to respond to aggression. The solution was Operation Himmler, a false flag operation where SS troops dressed in Polish uniforms staged a fake attack on a German radio station at Gleiwitz on August 30th, 1939. They even brought along a German prisoner from a concentration camp, murdered him, and left his body in Polish uniform as evidence of Polish aggression. This theatrical production convinced precisely nobody who wasn't already inclined to believe it, but Hitler got his pretext. On September 1st, 1939, at 4:45 a.m., German forces crossed the Polish border, while Hitler announced to the Reichstag that Poland had attacked Germany and that Germany was simply defending itself. Germany's defenders must have been remarkably enthusiastic, since they brought 1.5 million troops, thousands of tanks, and hundreds of aircraft to repel this supposed Polish attack. The German invasion of Poland introduced the world to blitzkrieg, lightning war, a new style of warfare that combined armour, air power, and infantry in coordinated operations designed to penetrate enemy lines, encircle defending forces, and cause collapse through disruption rather than attrition. This wasn't entirely new. Theorists had been discussing similar concepts for years, but Germany had actually organised and trained its forces to execute these operations, while other major powers were still preparing to fight World War I again. The concept was relatively straightforward. Use air power to achieve air superiority and support ground operations. Concentrate armour at specific points to break through enemy lines rather than distributing it evenly. Use motorised infantry to exploit breakthroughs quickly, and keep moving forward to disrupt enemy communications and supply lines, rather than pausing to consolidate. The goal was to cause psychological collapse as much as physical destruction, overwhelming the enemy's ability to respond faster than they could reorganize. The Polish campaign demonstrated blitzkrieg's effectiveness against an enemy that wasn't prepared for this style of warfare. The Luftwaffe achieved air superiority within days, attacking Polish airfields and destroying much of the Polish air force on the ground. German armour broke through Polish defences and drove deep into Polish territory, encircling Polish units that were still deploying to their defensive positions. The speed of the German advance was genuinely shocking. Within a week, German forces had advanced hundreds of kilometres and surrounded Warsaw. Polish forces fought bravely and occasionally counterattacked successfully, but they couldn't cope with the speed and coordination of the German assault. The Polish military had been organised for a defensive campaign lasting weeks or months, fighting from prepared positions while awaiting Western relief. They got days instead, with German forces bypassing strongpoints and driving for Polish command centres and communication networks. The geographic and strategic situation made Poland's position nearly impossible. Poland had to defend a border hundreds of kilometres long with no natural defences. German territory surrounded Poland on three sides: Germany proper to the west, German-occupied Czechoslovakia to the south, and German East Prussia to the north, allowing German forces to invade from multiple directions simultaneously. Poland had concentrated forces near the border to defend Polish territory, but this meant that German breakthroughs could easily encircle forward Polish units. The alternative, trading space for time by withdrawing to defensive lines further east, would have meant abandoning Poland's industrial heartland and might have provoked Germany to attack sooner. Poland faced only bad options and chose the one that seemed least bad, though it made little difference in the end. Britain and France declared war on Germany on September 3, 1939, honouring their commitments to Poland. This declaration had precisely zero immediate effect on the situation in Poland. The British and French militaries were not prepared to launch immediate offensive operations. The French plan was to mobilise slowly, build up forces on the German border, and then potentially launch a limited offensive in the west. This cautious approach assumed that Poland could hold out for months, not weeks. French and British military leaders were still thinking in World War I terms, assuming that defensive positions would be nearly impossible to break quickly, and that any offensive would require extensive preparation. They were planning the previous war while Germany was fighting the next one. The French did launch a limited offensive, the Saar Offensive, in early September, with French troops advancing a few kilometres into German territory before encountering German border fortifications and stopping. This pathetically small effort involved about 40 French divisions advancing into lightly defended German territory, capturing some villages, and then halting rather than pushing forward into Germany's industrial heartland. After a few days, they withdrew back to the Maginot Line, having accomplished nothing except demonstrating that French military leadership was not prepared to take risks or fight aggressively. If the French had launched a serious offensive while Germany's forces were concentrated in Poland, they might have achieved significant results and potentially shortened the war by years. Instead, they sat behind the Maginot Line and watched Poland die. On September 17, 1939, the Soviet Union invaded Poland from the east, implementing the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Soviet propaganda claimed they were protecting Ukrainian and Belarusian populations in eastern Poland from German aggression, which was remarkably brazen given that they were coordinating with Germany to divide Poland between them. Polish forces, already reeling from the German assault and retreating eastward, now faced a fresh invasion from the opposite direction. Polish commanders faced an impossible situation: continue fighting Germany and now also the Soviet Union, or surrender to one side or try to escape to neutral countries. Some Polish units fought the Soviets, others surrendered. Many tried to escape to Romania or Hungary, hoping to eventually reach France or Britain and continue the fight. The fourth partition of Poland, previous partitions in the late 18th century had divided Poland between Russia, Prussia and Austria, was completed within weeks. Western Poland was annexed directly into Germany, with the German population planned to be expanded through ethnic cleansing of Poles and Jews. Central Poland became the general government, a colonial territory ruled by Germany but not formally annexed, where Poles would be exploited for labour and Jews concentrated in ghettos pending their eventual fate. Eastern Poland was absorbed into the Soviet Union, with the population subjected to Sovietization, including deportations to Siberia, execution of potential resistance leaders, and suppression of Polish culture. The Katyn massacre, where Soviet secret police executed over 20,000 Polish military officers, police and intellectuals in April 1940, was part of Stalin's deliberate policy to eliminate the Polish elite who might form the nucleus of future resistance. The Polish government and many military units escaped to Romania and Hungary, from where they eventually reached France and Britain. This government in exile would continue throughout the war, with Polish forces fighting alongside the Allies in virtually every major campaign. Polish pilots flew in the Battle of Britain, Polish soldiers fought at Monte Cassino in Italy, Polish paratroopers dropped at Arnhem, and Polish forces helped liberate France and advance into Germany. The determination of Polish forces to continue fighting despite their country's occupation was remarkable and contributed significantly to Allied victories. But Poland itself would remain under occupation throughout the war, subjected to brutal policies aimed at destroying Polish culture and enslaving or murdering the population. The speed of Poland's defeat shocked Western observers and revealed that the nature of warfare had fundamentally changed. The campaign lasted barely 5 weeks from German invasion to final Polish surrender. Germany had conquered a country of 35 million people, defended by an army of over 1 million men, in less time than many World War I battles had lasted. The implications were terrifying. If Poland could fall so quickly, what about France? The French military was considered the strongest in Europe, with a large army, modern equipment, and formidable defensive fortifications. But if Polish defences had collapsed in weeks, could French defences hold? These questions haunted Allied planners through the winter of 1939-40, the so-called Phony War or Sitzkrieg, when the Western Front remained quiet while both sides prepared for the inevitable clash. The German occupation of Poland was brutal from the beginning, providing an early preview of Nazi policies toward occupied territories. Poles were viewed as racially inferior slaves fit only for slave labour, while Jews were marked for eventual extermination. In the immediate aftermath of conquest, German forces executed thousands of Polish intellectuals, priests, and potential resistance leaders in a deliberate campaign to eliminate the Polish elite. The goal was to reduce Poland to a population of illiterate peasants who could be exploited for labour. Polish children who looked suitably Aryan were kidnapped and sent to Germany for Germanization, essentially being raised as Germans after being separated from their families. Polish culture was systematically attacked, with schools closed, universities shut down, and speaking Polish in public sometimes forbidden. This wasn't just military occupation. This was a deliberate attempt to destroy Polish nationhood. The Soviet occupation of eastern Poland was differently brutal but equally devastating. Mass deportations removed unreliable elements, meaning anyone educated, prosperous, or potentially resistant to Soviet rule, to Siberia and Central Asia. Estimates of those deported range from 500,000 to over 1 million people, transported in cattle cars to remote regions where many died from cold, hunger, and disease. The Soviet NKVD conducted its own campaign of executions, most notoriously the Katyn massacre, but also thousands of other killings of Polish officers, police, and officials. Poland's eastern territories were incorporated into Soviet republics and subjected to forced collectivization and Sovietization. Property was confiscated, churches were closed, and speaking out against Soviet rule meant arrest and likely execution or deportation. The partition of Poland between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union represented totalitarian collaboration at its worst. Two regimes that ideologically despised each other cooperated to destroy a neighbouring country and divide its population between them for exploitation and murder. The images of German and Soviet officers smiling and shaking hands at the demarcation line, celebrating their joint success, remain deeply disturbing reminders that totalitarian regimes can find common cause despite ideological differences when it serves their interests. This collaboration would last only until June 1941, when Germany invaded the Soviet Union and the two dictatorships became enemies again. But for nearly 2 years, Germany and the Soviet Union were effectively partners in conquest and oppression of Eastern Europe. After the conquest of Poland, a strange calm descended on Western Europe. The period from October 1939 to April 1940, the phony war, or drôle de guerre as the French called it, saw almost no significant military action in the West. British and French forces faced German troops across the border, but neither side launched major offensives. This wasn't for lack of planning. Both sides were preparing for the inevitable clash, but neither was quite ready, and both hoped the other might make a mistake. Hitler actually ordered the invasion of France several times during this period, but bad weather and generals' concerns kept postponing it. Meanwhile, soldiers on both sides sat in trenches and bunkers, occasionally exchanging artillery fire, and wondered when the real war would start. Denmark fell in hours, literally hours, with the Danish government surrendering after minimal resistance to avoid Copenhagen's destruction. Norway fought back but couldn't withstand the German assault. British and French forces landed in Norway to support Norwegian resistance, but the campaign was marked by poor planning, inadequate supplies, and failure to coordinate operations effectively. After several weeks of fighting, Allied forces withdrew, having failed to prevent German occupation. The Norway campaign had important strategic implications. It secured Germany's access to Swedish iron ore shipped through Norwegian ports, and it demonstrated that the Allies couldn't effectively respond to German initiatives even when they had warning. The invasion of France began on May 10, 1940, with German forces simultaneously attacking the Netherlands, Belgium and France. The Allied plan, the Dial Plan, involved French and British forces advancing into Belgium to meet the German attack, using Belgian fortifications and the terrain to establish a defensive line. This was essentially what the Allies had done in World War I, and the Germans were counting on exactly this response. While Allied forces advanced into Belgium to meet what appeared to be the main German attack, the actual German main effort was happening further south, where German armour was advancing through the supposedly impassable Ardennes forest. This was the key to the German plan: get the Allies to commit their forces to Belgium, then break through the weakly defended Ardennes sector and drive to the English Channel, cutting off Allied forces in Belgium from their supply bases in France. The plan worked better than even the Germans had dared hope. The drive through the Ardennes went much faster than expected, catching French defenders completely by surprise. The breakthrough at Sedan on May 13th shattered French defences and opened the way for German armour to race toward the Channel. Within a week, German tanks had reached the coast, cutting off the British Expeditionary Force and the best French armies in Belgium. The speed of this advance shocked everyone, including German High Command, who kept ordering the advancing armour to slow down and consolidate rather than risk being cut off. General Guderian, commanding the armoured spearhead, more or less ignored these orders and kept pushing forward, demonstrating that sometimes junior commanders who understand the situation better than their superiors should trust their own judgment. The French and British forces in Belgium found themselves in a rapidly collapsing pocket, surrounded on 3 sides and facing potential annihilation. The Battle of France lasted only 6 weeks from German invasion to French surrender, which really should have been impossible given the strength of French forces and the power of defensive technology. France had the largest army in Western Europe, modern tanks that were actually better in many respects than German tanks, and the Maginot Line fortifications that had cost enormous amounts to build. The French military was organised and trained for a defensive war of attrition, like World War I. When faced with a fast-moving war of manoeuvre, French command structures couldn't adapt quickly enough. Communications were poor, decisions came slowly, reserves were committed piecemeal, and opportunities to counterattack were missed. By the time French commanders understood what was happening, it was too late to prevent disaster. The British forces and some French troops were trapped in a shrinking perimeter around the port of Dunkirk, with German forces closing in and the Luftwaffe attacking constantly. The Royal Navy organised an evacuation using every vessel available, from destroyers to fishing boats, in a desperate effort to rescue as many men as possible before the pocket collapsed. Over 9 days, more than 330,000 British and French soldiers were evacuated across the Channel, far more than anyone had thought possible. This was spun in British propaganda as a triumph, the Dunkirk spirit of British determination in adversity. But the truth was that Britain had lost almost all its heavy equipment, abandoned its French allies, and been driven off the continent in humiliating defeat. The fact that most of the soldiers were saved was vitally important for Britain's ability to continue fighting, but it didn't change the reality that the British army had been decisively defeated. Hitler's decision to halt German armour before Dunkirk, allowing the British to escape, has been endlessly debated. Various explanations have been proposed. Goering promised the Luftwaffe could destroy the trapped forces, making a ground assault unnecessary. Hitler wanted to preserve armour strength for the push into southern France. The ground around Dunkirk was marshy and unsuitable for tanks. Hitler hoped that showing mercy to Britain might facilitate a negotiated peace. The real reason was probably some combination of these factors. Regardless, the halt order gave Britain time to evacuate most of its army, preserving trained manpower that would be crucial for continuing the war. If Germany had captured the entire BEF, Britain might have been forced to make peace simply because it lacked the military forces to continue fighting. The final phase of the Battle of France saw German forces turn south and complete the conquest of France. French resistance was brave but hopeless, with remaining French forces unable to establish effective defensive lines or mount successful counterattacks. The French government fled Paris, which was declared an open city to spare it from destruction. German forces entered Paris on June 14, 1940, parading down the Champs-Élysées in a demonstration of triumph designed to humiliate France. Marshal Pétain, the elderly World War I hero, became head of government and sought an armistice with Germany. France formally surrendered on June 22, 1940, in the same railway carriage where Germany had signed the armistice ending World War I. Hitler insisted on this location specifically for its symbolic value, turning German humiliation from 1918 into French humiliation in 1940. The armistice terms divided France into occupied and unoccupied zones. Northern France and the Atlantic coast were occupied by German forces, giving Germany control of French industry and ports. Southern France remained technically independent under the Vichy government headed by Pétain, though in reality it was subordinate to Germany. The French fleet was to be demobilized under Axis supervision, though it wouldn't be handed over to Germany. French prisoners of war, over 1 million men, would remain in German captivity as hostages for French good behaviour. France would pay enormous occupation costs to Germany. The armistice essentially reduced France to a subordinate state, stripped of its great power status and forced to collaborate with German dominance of Europe. The speed and completeness of French defeat shocked the world. France had been considered a great power with one of Europe's strongest militaries. The Maginot Line had been viewed as nearly impregnable. French forces significantly outnumbered German forces in tanks and weren't far behind in overall troop strength. Yet France had fallen in 6 weeks faster than Poland. This catastrophe had multiple causes. French military doctrine was outdated, French command structure was slow and inflexible, French intelligence had failed to anticipate German plans, and French political leadership had lost the will to continue fighting after initial defeats. The Third Republic died with military defeat, replaced by the authoritarian Vichy regime that represented a repudiation of republican values by significant portions of French society who believed that democracy had led to national weakness. Britain now stood alone against Germany, with the Empire but no major European allies. The United States was neutral. The Soviet Union was effectively allied with Germany through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and every other significant European country was either conquered, neutral, or aligned with Germany. Churchill, who had replaced Chamberlain as Prime Minister in May 1940, refused to consider peace negotiations despite the catastrophic situation. His speeches during this period, "We shall fight on the beaches," this was their finest hour, rallied British morale and communicated determination to continue fighting regardless of odds. Whether Britain could actually survive, let alone win, was highly uncertain. Germany controlled Western Europe from the Arctic to the Pyrenees. Britain had lost most of its army's equipment at Dunkirk and faced the prospect of German invasion. Operation Sea Lion, Germany's planned invasion of Britain, required air superiority over the invasion route and landing sites. The Royal Air Force would have to be defeated before Germany could safely land troops on British beaches. This led to the Battle of Britain, the first major military campaign fought entirely in the air. From July to October 1940, the Luftwaffe attempted to destroy the RAF through attacks on airfields, radar stations and aircraft factories, while the RAF defended desperately with fighters that were outnumbered, but fighting over home territory with excellent intelligence from radar and code breaking. The battle was a close-run thing, with RAF fighter command at times stretched to the breaking point. But the Luftwaffe made crucial mistakes, particularly switching from attacking airfields to bombing cities, which gave RAF airfields time to recover. The Blitz, sustained German bombing of British cities from September 1940 onward, killed over 40,000 British civilians and destroyed vast amounts of property, but failed to break British morale or war production. London was bombed for 57 consecutive nights, enduring raids that destroyed large portions of the city. Other cities including Coventry, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester and Glasgow were heavily bombed. The Blitz revealed both the horror of modern air war against civilians and its limitations. Strategic bombing could destroy cities and kill thousands of people, but it couldn't force a determined nation to surrender. British war production actually increased during the Blitz. Factories were dispersed and often moved underground, and civil defence measures became increasingly effective at limiting casualties. The Blitz created hardship and suffering, but also strengthened British determination to continue fighting. Hitler's decision to cancel Operation Sea Lion in October 1940 marked a crucial turning point. Germany would never again seriously threaten to invade Britain. Without air superiority, an invasion would be suicidal, and the Luftwaffe had failed to achieve air superiority. The RAF remained intact. British radar and fighter control systems had proven effective, and Germany had suffered significant aircraft losses. More importantly, Hitler's attention was turning eastward toward the Soviet Union. Germany's failure to defeat Britain meant that when Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, he would be fighting a two-front war, exactly the situation German strategy had aimed to avoid since Bismarck. Britain's survival ensured that Germany would never be able to concentrate all its forces against the Soviets, and provided a base from which the Allies could eventually launch operations to liberate Western Europe. France's fall and Britain's survival had profound implications for the war's future course. If France had held, or if Britain had made peace after France fell, the war might have ended in 1940 with German domination of Europe, and no clear path to reversing Hitler's conquests. Britain's decision to fight on alone kept alive the possibility of eventual victory. The country became a base for governments in exile, a staging ground for resistance movements, and eventually a launching pad for the invasion of Europe. Churchill's determination to continue fighting regardless of the odds transformed Britain from a defeated power on the brink of collapse into the nucleus of resistance around which the eventual Grand Alliance would form. Britain's survival brought us to mid-1941, with Germany controlling most of Europe but unable to finish off its last remaining enemy in the West. A sensible strategy at this point might have been to consolidate control over occupied territories, build up naval and air forces to strangle Britain through blockade, and maybe work on that whole functioning economy not entirely dependent on plundering conquered countries thing. Hitler, on June 22, 1941, Germany invaded the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa, launching the largest military operation in human history, and opening a front that would ultimately consume Nazi Germany. This wasn't just another military campaign, this was an ideological crusade aimed at destroying the Soviet Union, enslaving the Slavic population, and murdering every Jew the Wehrmacht could find. If there was ever a moment where someone should have stopped and asked, "Are we the baddies?" this would have been an excellent time for that conversation. Hitler had been planning to invade the Soviet Union since, well, basically forever. Mein Kampf had laid out his vision of Lebensraum, living space, to be carved out of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, where Germanic peoples would settle after displacing or enslaving the indigenous Slavic population. Hitler viewed the Soviet Union as simultaneously a dangerous ideological enemy, communism being a Jewish conspiracy and Nazi ideology, and a weak state that would collapse quickly when attacked. The rapid victory over France had confirmed Hitler's belief in his own military genius and German military superiority. The Wehrmacht had defeated France in 6 weeks. Surely the Soviet Union, with its primitive Slavs and purge-weakened military, would fall even faster. This turned out to be a slight miscalculation of the sort that ends with your country divided between occupying powers and your name becoming synonymous with evil. The decision to invade the Soviet Union while still at war with Britain meant fighting a two-front war, which had been Germany's strategic nightmare since the era of Bismarck. German military planning for over half a century had been organised around avoiding exactly this situation. Hitler convinced himself that defeating the Soviet Union would force Britain to make peace. With Germany dominant from the Atlantic to the Urals, Britain would have no choice but to accept German hegemony. This logic was questionable at best, given that Britain had kept fighting after France fell, but Hitler wasn't particularly interested in perspectives that contradicted his worldview. The fact that invading Russia in pursuit of quick victory had worked out poorly for previous leaders, most notably Napoleon, apparently didn't register as a cautionary tale. History repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce, except in this case it repeated as a different, even larger tragedy. The scale of Operation Barbarossa was staggering. Germany assembled over 3 million troops for the invasion, along with over 600,000 motor vehicles, 750,000 horses. Yes, horses, because despite the image of the Wehrmacht as a fully mechanized modern army, German logistics relied heavily on horse-drawn transport, over 3,000 tanks and 2,500 aircraft. This represented the vast majority of German military strength, concentrated for a single massive blow against the Soviet Union. The plan called for a rapid advance along 3 axes: Army Group North toward Leningrad, Army Group Center toward Moscow, and Army Group South toward Ukraine, with the goal of encircling and destroying Soviet armies before they could retreat into Russia's vast interior. This timeline would prove to be, shall we say, optimistic. The ideological nature of the war was clear from the planning stage. Hitler issued the Commissar Order, directing that Soviet political commissars were to be shot immediately upon capture rather than treated as prisoners of war. The Barbarossa Directive explicitly stated that the war would be one of annihilation against Judeo-Bolshevism, removing any pretense that this would be a conventional military conflict governed by international law. Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads, were organised and attached to army groups with the specific mission of murdering Jews, communist officials and other undesirables in occupied Soviet territory. The German army's logistical planning assumed that the invasion force would feed itself by requisitioning food from the Soviet population, with the full knowledge that this would cause mass starvation among Soviet civilians. This wasn't an unfortunate side effect, it was deliberate policy. Hunger was a weapon, and German planners coldly calculated that millions of Soviet civilians would starve to death while German forces ate their food. Not exactly the conduct you'd expect from an army that liked to portray itself as honourable and professional. The invasion began at 3:15 a.m. on June 22, 1941, without any declaration of war, because apparently Hitler felt that providing his enemies with advance notice would be unsporting. The attack. Soviet intelligence had picked up signs of German military build-up near the border. British intelligence had provided warnings based on decoded German communications. Even Richard Sorge, a Soviet spy in Japan, had sent detailed warnings including the likely date of invasion. Stalin ignored all of it, convinced that Hitler wouldn't be foolish enough to invade while still at war with Britain, and that the warnings were British provocations designed to embroil the Soviet Union in war with Germany. This might be the most catastrophic failure of intelligence assessment in modern history, and the competition for that title is quite fierce. The initial German advance was devastatingly successful. Soviet forces, many of them deployed forward near the border per Stalin's orders, were caught completely unprepared. Soviet aircraft were destroyed on the ground by the hundreds in the first hours of the invasion. Soviet communications were disrupted, preventing coordinated responses. German armour broke through Soviet positions and drove deep into Soviet territory, encircling entire Soviet armies. Within days, German forces had advanced hundreds of kilometres and captured hundreds of thousands of prisoners. The encirclement battles of the first weeks were some of the largest in military history. At Kiev in September 1941, Germans captured over 600,000 Soviet soldiers in a single pocket. It looked like Hitler's prediction of rapid Soviet collapse might actually be accurate. But several factors prevented German victory in 1941, factors that German planning had either ignored or dramatically underestimated. First, the Soviet Union was vastly larger than any country Germany had previously invaded. The distances involved were enormous by European standards. Moscow was over 1,000 kilometers from the German start line, and that was if you could travel in a straight line, which armies generally can't. German logistics, which had worked adequately in France where distances were short and infrastructure was good, broke down trying to supply armies advancing hundreds of kilometers into Soviet territory. The Soviet rail system used a different gauge than European railways, meaning German trains couldn't use Soviet tracks without modification. Roads in the Soviet Union often weren't paved and turned to impassable mud when it rained. German vehicles broke down at alarming rates trying to operate in conditions they weren't designed for. By autumn 1941, German units were operating at a fraction of their intended strength, with many tanks and vehicles broken down and spare parts unavailable. Second, Soviet resistance, while often ineffective tactically, was far more determined than Germans had expected. Soviet units frequently fought to the last man rather than surrendering, even when surrounded and facing certain defeat. This imposed delays on the German advance and caused casualties that Germany couldn't easily replace. Soviet soldiers who were captured in the massive encirclement battles numbered in the millions, but they had to be guarded and processed, tying down German troops that could have been pushing forward. The German army had been sized for a short campaign. It lacked the manpower to simultaneously guard millions of prisoners, garrison occupied territory, and maintain offensive operations with full-strength combat units. Third, the Soviet Union proved capable of raising new armies faster than Germany could destroy them. Stalin's industrialization drive of the 1930s had created a massive industrial base, much of it located in the Urals beyond German reach. Soviet factories were producing tanks, aircraft, and artillery at rates that Germans found difficult to believe. When German forces approached, Soviet industries were evacuated eastward. Entire factories were dismantled, loaded onto trains, and moved hundreds or thousands of kilometers to the east, where they resumed production. This evacuation was one of the most impressive logistical achievements of the war, moving thousands of factories and millions of workers to safety. Meanwhile, Stalin proved willing to trade space for time and accept casualties that would have broken any Western country's will to fight. Soviet losses in 1941 were catastrophic. Millions of soldiers killed, captured, or wounded, millions of civilians killed or displaced. But the Soviet Union kept fighting. Germany had been fighting a war of annihilation. The Soviet response was survival at any cost. The Battle of Moscow in the winter of 1941-42 marked the end of German hopes for quick victory. German forces reached the suburbs of Moscow in December 1941, coming close enough to see the Kremlin towers, but they couldn't break through. German troops were exhausted, undersupplied, and suffering from the cold. The Russian winter of 1941-42 was particularly severe, and Germans weren't prepared for it. Soldiers lacked winter clothing, vehicles wouldn't start in the cold, weapons froze and malfunctioned. German commanders had expected to be in Moscow, or for the campaign to be over entirely, before winter arrived, so winter gear hadn't been sent to the front. This wasn't an oversight so much as a consequence of the entire plan being based on achieving victory before winter. When victory didn't materialize, German soldiers paid the price with frostbite, hypothermia, and death. Not exactly the comfortable campaign season the generals had been planning for. Meanwhile, Stalin had reinforced Moscow with troops from Siberia, divisions that had been guarding against possible Japanese attack, but were freed up when Soviet intelligence confirmed Japan would be moving south against the Americans and British rather than north against the Soviet Union. These fresh, winter-equipped troops counterattacked in early December, driving German forces back from Moscow and inflicting Germany's first major defeat of the war. The psychological impact was significant. Germany's military, which had seemed invincible, had been stopped and pushed back. German losses in the winter counteroffensive were staggering, with entire divisions effectively destroyed. Hitler responded by firing many of his senior commanders and taking personal control of military operations, which really should have raised some red flags about how things were going. The ideological war of annihilation that characterized the Eastern Front from the beginning produced atrocities on a scale difficult to comprehend. The Einsatzgruppen followed the advancing Wehrmacht, rounding up and murdering Jews, communist officials, Roma, and other targeted groups. The typical method was to take victims to remote locations, force them to dig pits, and then shoot them, leaving bodies in mass graves. At Babi Yar near Kiev in September 1941, over 33,000 Jews were murdered in 2 days. Similar massacres occurred across occupied Soviet territory. By the end of 1941, hundreds of thousands had been murdered in this way. This was the Holocaust in its initial form, mobile killing squads murdering people in their thousands, before the Nazis would later develop the even more efficient method of death camps. German treatment of Soviet prisoners of war was equally horrific. Soviet prisoners were viewed not as soldiers entitled to protection under international law, but as subhuman slaves whose lives had no value. Prisoners were held in open-air camps with minimal food, shelter, or medical care. Millions died from starvation, exposure, and disease. Of approximately 5.7 million Soviet soldiers captured by Germany during the war, only about 3.3 million survived, a death rate of over 40%. This wasn't accidental or the result of limited resources. German treatment of Western Allied prisoners was far better. This was deliberate policy based on Nazi racial ideology that viewed Slavs as expendable. The scale of this atrocity is often overshadowed by the Holocaust, but the death of millions of Soviet POWs through deliberate neglect and abuse was its own distinct crime against humanity. Soviet partisan warfare began almost immediately and would grow throughout the occupation, creating enormous problems for German forces. Partisans attacked German supply lines, ambushed isolated units, gathered intelligence, and generally made occupation extremely costly. German responses to partisan activity were brutal, with entire villages destroyed in retaliation for partisan actions and civilians massacred on suspicion of supporting partisans. This brutality, rather than deterring resistance, fueled it. People whose villages had been burned and families killed had little reason to cooperate with German occupation and every reason to fight back. The partisan war tied down hundreds of thousands of German troops on security duties and created an atmosphere of constant danger in occupied Soviet territory. German soldiers could never feel safe, even hundreds of kilometers behind the front lines. By the end of 1941, Operation Barbarossa had failed to achieve its objectives. The Soviet Union had not collapsed. Moscow had not fallen. Soviet industrial capacity remained largely intact, now safely beyond German reach in the Urals. The quick victory that German planning had assumed wasn't going to happen. Germany was now committed to an extended war of attrition on the Eastern Front against an enemy with superior numbers and resources. The strategic situation was actually worse than when the campaign started. Germany had lost hundreds of thousands of irreplaceable soldiers and enormous amounts of equipment, had gained control of territory that was largely devastated and required substantial forces to garrison, and had created in the Soviet Union an enemy committed to Germany's total destruction. All while still being at war with Britain and now, as we're about to discuss, with the United States as well. If this was the result of Hitler's military genius, one shudders to imagine what his failures might have looked like. The Eastern Front would continue for nearly 4 more years, becoming the deadliest theatre of the deadliest war in human history. Over 3/4 of all German military casualties would occur on the Eastern Front. Soviet casualties were even higher. Military and civilian deaths combined would eventually exceed 25 million people, roughly 14% of the pre-war Soviet population. Cities like Leningrad would endure sieges lasting years, with hundreds of thousands dying from starvation. Stalingrad would become synonymous with urban warfare at its most brutal. The Eastern Front was where Nazi Germany would ultimately be destroyed, ground down by Soviet determination, numerical superiority, and the vastness of Russian distances. But in June 1941, that outcome was far from certain. What was certain was that Hitler had opened a front that would bleed Germany white, and ensure that even if Germany somehow won the war, the cost would be catastrophic. Turns out invading Russia is, generally speaking, a poor life choice. While Germany was discovering that invading Russia involved certain logistical challenges, Japan was making its own strategic decisions that would prove equally consequential. By late 1941, Japan found itself in an increasingly difficult position. The war in China had been dragging on for over 4 years with no end in sight, consuming enormous resources while achieving no decisive results. The United States, Britain, and the Netherlands had imposed economic sanctions on Japan in response to Japanese aggression, most critically an embargo on oil exports to Japan. Since Japan's economy and military depended on imported oil, this embargo threatened to strangle Japan's ability to continue its military operations. Japan had perhaps 18 months' worth of oil reserves. After that, the navy would be unable to operate, the economy would collapse, and Japan's position as a great power would be finished. Japanese leaders faced a choice: back down and withdraw from China, accepting humiliation and the end of dreams of empire, or strike south to seize the oil fields of the Dutch East Indies and British Malaya, knowing this would mean war with the United States. They chose war in what must rank among history's more questionable decisions. The strategic logic behind attacking the United States was, from a certain perspective, not entirely insane, though it required some very optimistic assumptions. Japan needed to seize Southeast Asian resources, oil from the Dutch East Indies, rubber from Malaya, rice from Indochina, to sustain its military and economy. Seizing these resources would inevitably mean war with Britain and the Netherlands. The United States had made clear it would respond to further Japanese expansion, and the US. Pacific Fleet based at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii posed a threat to Japanese operations. Therefore, Japanese planners reasoned Japan should strike first, crippling the Pacific Fleet and buying time to establish a defensive perimeter. Once Japan controlled Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific, defending this perimeter would be easier than the Americans attacking it across thousands of miles of ocean. The American public, unwilling to accept the casualties required to retake distant islands, would eventually agree to a negotiated peace recognizing Japan's conquests. See? Perfectly logical. If you ignore American industrial capacity, underestimate American determination, and assume that attacking a country whose economy and population are 10 times larger than yours will somehow work out fine. Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, commander of the Combined Fleet and architect of the Pearl Harbor attack, was less optimistic than his political masters. Yamamoto had spent time in America and understood American industrial capacity. He reportedly said that he could run wild for 6 months or a year, but had no confidence about what would happen after that. He was also allegedly pessimistic about Japan's chances in a prolonged war, stating that the attack on Pearl Harbor would awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with terrible resolve. Whether he actually said this, the quote appears only in the 1970 film Tora. Tora! Tora! And may be apocryphal. His actions suggest he understood the immense risks. But Japanese military culture didn't really have room for defeatism or questioning orders from above, so Yamamoto planned the attack with characteristic thoroughness, hoping for the best while probably expecting the worst. The attack American, but intelligence suggested strikes on Southeast Asia or the Philippines, not Hawaii. Pearl Harbor seemed too distant and too well defended to be a realistic target. The Japanese fleet achieved radio silence during its approach, avoiding detection. American radar picked up the incoming aircraft, but the warnings were dismissed as expected flight of American bombers. The first wave of Japanese aircraft arrived over Pearl Harbor at 7:55 a.m. on a Sunday morning, when many sailors were still asleep or at breakfast. Not exactly the optimal time for defending against aerial attack, though to be fair, it was an excellent time for attackers who had timed their arrival, specifically to catch defenders off guard. The attack, 4 American battleships were sunk and 4 more damaged. Over 180 American aircraft were destroyed, mostly on the ground. Over 2,400 Americans were killed and another 100 wounded. Japanese losses were minimal. 29 aircraft shot down, 5 midget submarines lost, and fewer than 100 casualties. As a tactical operation, the attack was brilliantly executed and devastatingly effective. American battleship strength in the Pacific was essentially eliminated in a single morning. Japanese forces could now operate across the Pacific and Southeast Asia, with minimal threat from American naval power. If the goal was to buy time for Japanese expansion, the attack succeeded magnificently. But as a strategic decision, attacking Pearl Harbor was catastrophic for Japan. The attack unified American public opinion overnight. Isolationist sentiment, which had kept America out of the European war despite Roosevelt's sympathies for Britain, evaporated immediately. Congress declared war on Japan with only 1 dissenting vote. The sleeping giant Yamamoto allegedly worried about was indeed awakened, and it was very, very angry. Americans who had been divided about whether to get involved in foreign wars were now united in determination to defeat Japan. The attack also ensured that America would fight with no mercy and no compromise. There would be no negotiated peace recognizing Japanese conquests. Japan had created in the United States an enemy committed to its total defeat, an enemy with the industrial capacity to achieve that goal, and had done so in the most spectacular way possible, while achieving limited actual strategic damage. Truly impressive work. Moreover, the attack missed several crucial targets that would have been far more valuable than battleships. The American aircraft carriers, Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga, were at sea during the attack and escaped damage. Carriers would prove to be the decisive weapon in the Pacific War, far more important than battleships. The oil storage tanks at Pearl Harbor, which contained millions of barrels of fuel oil, were not attacked. Destroying these tanks would have forced the Pacific Fleet to withdraw to the American west coast for fuel, making operations in the Western Pacific impossible for months. The repair facilities at Pearl Harbor were largely undamaged, allowing damaged ships to be repaired and returned to service. Several of the ships sunk at Pearl Harbor, including battleships raised from the harbor bottom, would eventually rejoin the fleet. If the attack's goal was to cripple American ability to operate in the Pacific, it achieved only partial success while ensuring that America would commit its full resources to achieving victory. Japan's declaration of war was supposed to be delivered to the US government 30 minutes before the attack began, providing the legal fiction of proper procedure. However, this timing, whether intentional or simply the result of Japanese embassy incompetence, intensified American outrage. The attack was not only devastating but appeared to violate basic standards of international conduct. A date which will live in infamy, Roosevelt called it. And he was right. December 7, 1941 became seared into American consciousness as the ultimate act of treachery justifying whatever measures were necessary to achieve complete victory. Hitler's decision to declare war on the United States on December 11, 1941 ranks among his most inexplicable strategic blunders, and the competition for that title is intense. Germany wasn't obligated to declare war. The Tripartite Pact committed members to mutual defense if attacked, but Japan had attacked the United States, not been attacked by it. Hitler could have done nothing, letting Japan and America fight each other while Germany focused on the Soviet Union. Instead, he declared war on the United States, ensuring that America would commit to defeating Germany rather than potentially focusing solely on Japan. American planners had already decided on a Germany-first strategy, prioritizing the defeat of Germany over Japan, but Hitler's declaration made this politically possible by making Germany an active belligerent rather than a neutral party. Prior to Hitler's declaration, Roosevelt would have faced difficulty convincing Congress to prioritize the European war over avenging Pearl Harbor. Hitler solved that problem for him. Hitler's reasoning for declaring war seems to have been based on several factors. He believed America was already effectively at war with Germany through Lend-Lease aid to Britain and the Soviet Union. He viewed America as weak, corrupted by democracy and racial mixing, incapable of serious military effort. He believed that declaring war would free German submarines to attack American shipping without restrictions, strangling British supply lines. And he probably hoped that forcing America to fight in both the Pacific and Atlantic would divide American resources enough to prevent effective action in Europe. Every single one of these assumptions was wrong. America was not weak. It had the world's largest economy and enormous industrial capacity. Declaring war didn't significantly change U-boat operations because American ships had already been operating in war zones, and American industrial capacity was sufficient to fight effectively on both fronts simultaneously, while also supplying allies. Hitler had just added a massively powerful enemy to the already formidable list of countries trying to destroy Nazi Germany. Truly inspired strategic thinking. The Japanese offensive in the weeks following Pearl Harbor achieved remarkable success, demonstrating that the Pearl Harbor attack had indeed bought Japan time for expansion. Japanese forces attacked simultaneously across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. Hong Kong fell on December 25, 1941. Wake Island, after a heroic defense by American Marines, fell on December 23. Japanese forces invaded the Philippines, overwhelming American and Filipino defenders. Guam fell on December 10. In Southeast Asia, Japanese forces invaded Malaya and began advancing towards Singapore. Japanese aircraft sank the British battleship Prince of Wales and battlecruiser Repulse on December 10th, eliminating British naval power in the region. By early 1942, Japanese forces would conquer the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, and Burma, creating the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere that Japanese planners had envisioned. The speed and extent of Japanese conquests shocked the Allies and seemed to validate Japanese strategy. The fall of Singapore in February 1942 was particularly devastating to British prestige. Singapore was a major British naval base, heavily fortified and garrisoned by over 80,000 British, Indian and Australian troops. Churchill called it the Gibraltar of the East and believed it to be impregnable. Japanese forces, numbering only about 30,000, invaded Malaya in December 1941 and advanced down the peninsula through terrain the British had believed impassable. When Japanese forces reached Singapore, they attacked from the north, the landward side, where defences were weaker because British planners had assumed attacks would come from the sea. After a week of fighting, with water supplies cut and no prospect of relief, British commanders surrendered on February 15, 1942. Over 80,000 troops went into captivity in what Churchill called the worst disaster in British military history. The fall of Singapore shattered the myth of Western invincibility in Asian eyes and encouraged anti-colonial movements throughout Asia. Britain's Asian empire would never recover from this humiliation. The Bataan Death March in the Philippines exemplified the brutality that would characterize the Pacific War. After Japanese forces conquered most of the Philippines, remaining American and Filipino forces surrendered on the Bataan Peninsula in April 1942. Japanese forces then marched over 70,000 prisoners approximately 65 miles to prison camps in brutal conditions. Prisoners were denied food, water, and rest. Those who fell behind or couldn't continue were beaten, bayoneted, or shot. Thousands died during the march or shortly after reaching the camps. This brutality toward prisoners would characterize Japanese treatment of POWs throughout the war, with death rates among Allied prisoners of Japanese forces far higher than among prisoners of German forces. The Japanese military had been indoctrinated with beliefs that surrender was shameful and that enemy prisoners deserved no consideration. This cultural attitude, combined with racism and the general brutalization that comes from years of warfare, produced systematic mistreatment that amounted to murder on a massive scale. By mid-1942, Japan controlled an empire stretching from the borders of India to the mid-Pacific, from the Aleutians to the approaches to Australia. On paper, this looked like remarkable success. Japan had achieved its strategic objectives of seizing Southeast Asian resources and establishing a defensive perimeter. But several problems were already apparent to clear-eyed observers. First, the empire was overextended, with supply lines stretching thousands of miles across ocean that American submarines could attack. Second, the resources Japan had seized needed to be transported back to Japan and processed, a massive logistical challenge that Japanese planning had underestimated. Third, many conquered territories required garrisons to suppress resistance, tying down forces that couldn't be used elsewhere. Fourth, and most fundamentally, Japan had created in the United States an enemy committed to total victory and possessing the industrial capacity to achieve it. The attacks on Pearl Harbor and across the Pacific had bought Japan perhaps 6 months to a year, exactly as Yamamoto had predicted. After that, American industrial mobilization would begin producing the ships, aircraft, and weapons that would ultimately destroy the Japanese empire. The transformation of the conflict into a genuinely global war was now complete. Europe, North Africa, the Soviet Union, the Pacific, Southeast Asia. Fighting was occurring across every continent except South America and Antarctica. The Grand Alliance of the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union represented an unprecedented coalition, bringing together liberal democracy, imperialism, and communist totalitarianism against the fascist Axis powers. This coalition was united by shared enemies rather than shared values, and the tensions between members would shape post-war politics for decades. But in late 1941 and early 1942, the immediate concern was survival. Germany controlled Europe from the Atlantic to the suburbs of Moscow. Japan controlled much of Asia and the Pacific. The Axis powers appeared to be winning. Whether the alliance could reverse this situation and achieve victory was very much an open question. American entry into the war transformed the strategic balance, though this transformation would take time to materialize. The United States in 1941 had a relatively small military. The army had fewer than 200,000 soldiers, and while the Navy was substantial, much of it was obsolete or damaged at Pearl Harbor. But America's industrial capacity was staggering. American factories were already producing weapons for Britain and the Soviet Union under Lend-Lease. Converting this industrial base to full war production would take time, but once accomplished, American production would exceed that of all other combatants combined. In 1942, American industry would produce 47,000 aircraft. By 1944, production would exceed 96,000 aircraft per year. Similar increases occurred in ships, tanks, trucks, and every other category of military equipment. The arsenal of democracy, as Roosevelt called it, would bury the Axis powers under an avalanche of material. The strategic decisions made by both Japan and Germany in late 1941, Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, and Hitler's declaration of war on America, transformed what had been a series of regional conflicts into a unified global war. These decisions also ensured the Axis would ultimately lose. Germany and Japan had impressive military forces and had achieved remarkable early victories, but they had now created a coalition of enemies whose combined resources and industrial capacity vastly exceeded their own. Germany faced the Soviet Union's manpower and willingness to accept casualties, Britain's determination and strategic position, and American industrial might. Japan faced American industrial capacity, Chinese resistance, and British imperial forces. The Axis powers had won the early campaigns, but they had set in motion forces that would ultimately destroy them. The war's character also shifted with American entry. This was no longer a European conflict with colonial side theatres. This was genuinely global warfare requiring coordination across multiple theatres and immense logistical operations. The United States and Britain would need to supply the Soviet Union while also fighting in Western Europe, the Mediterranean, and the Pacific. Resources would need to be allocated between theatres, creating tensions between commanders wanting more support for their operations. Strategic decisions about where and when to attack would involve balancing competing priorities and limited resources. The complexity of coordinating operations across the globe was unprecedented in warfare and required new forms of international cooperation. The conferences between Allied leaders, Churchill, Roosevelt, and eventually Stalin, would shape grand strategy and post-war planning. Even as battles raged, these leaders were negotiating about what would happen after victory. The seeds of the Cold War were being planted even as the alliance fought its hot war against the Axis. The Soviet Union wanted to ensure it would never again face invasion from the West, and demanded influence over Eastern Europe. Britain wanted to preserve its empire and maintain its great power status. America wanted to create a post-war international order based on free trade and collective security. These goals were not entirely compatible, but they could be deferred while the immediate task of defeating Germany and Japan took priority. December 1941 marked the true beginning of World War II as a global conflict involving all the great powers. The war would continue for another 3.5 years, with battles raging from Stalingrad to Guadalcanal, from North Africa to China, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Millions more would die. Cities would be destroyed. Empires would fall. The world would be transformed in ways that continue to shape global politics today. But the outcome was now essentially determined, even if the participants didn't fully realize it yet. The Axis had achieved impressive early victories, but they had awakened forces they couldn't ultimately defeat. The question was no longer whether the Axis would lose, but how long it would take and how much destruction would occur before the inevitable end. The answer to both questions would prove to be more than anyone imagined. By mid-1942, the Axis powers had reached their maximum territorial expansion, controlling vast swathes of Europe, Asia, and North Africa. On a map, their empires looked impressive. Germany dominated Europe from the Atlantic to the Volga. Japan controlled territory from Burma to the mid-Pacific, and their Italian ally held portions of North Africa. But as any competent strategist could tell you, conquering territory is often easier than holding it, and the Axis was about to learn this lesson in the most painful way possible. 3 battles in late 1942 and early 1943, Stalingrad, Midway, and El Alamein, would mark the beginning of the end for Axis expansion. After these battles, Germany and Japan would never again be on the strategic offensive. The tide was turning, though it would take nearly 3 more years of grinding warfare before the Axis was finally destroyed. Apparently nobody had informed Hitler and Tojo that when you're in a hole, the first step is to stop digging. But then again, listening to sensible advice had never been their strong suit. Let's start with Stalingrad, which has become synonymous with urban warfare at its most brutal and pointless. The city, named after Stalin naturally because subtlety wasn't really a Soviet strongpoint, was an industrial centre on the Volga River with strategic and symbolic importance. Strategically, capturing Stalingrad would cut Soviet north-south communications along the Volga and secure the flank of German forces advancing into the Caucasus to seize Soviet oil fields. Symbolically, capturing the city bearing Stalin's name would be a propaganda victory. Hitler became obsessed with taking Stalingrad, and Stalin became equally obsessed with holding it, which meant that what should have been a rational calculation about military objectives became a battle of wills between 2 dictators, neither of whom cared much about the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who would die for their stubbornness. The German advance on Stalingrad in summer 1942 was initially successful, with German forces approaching the city by August. The Luftwaffe launched massive air raids that killed tens of thousands of civilians and reduced much of the city to rubble, which ironically made the city easier to defend by creating obstacles and defensive positions. Soviet defenders retreated into the ruins and prepared to fight for every building, every street, every pile of rubble. General Chuikov, commanding the 62nd Army defending the city, established headquarters in a bunker near the Volga and issued orders that Soviet forces would hold the city or die trying. The average life expectancy of a Soviet soldier arriving in Stalingrad was about 24 hours, which really puts into perspective the idea of a tough commute. Not exactly the kind of statistic you'd want to lead with in a recruitment campaign. The fighting in Stalingrad became a horrific close-quarters battle where soldiers fought room to room, floor to floor, sometimes on different floors of the same building. The Germans called it Rattenkrieg, rat warfare, and the nickname was apt. Snipers picked off soldiers at any exposed moment. Artillery and airstrikes demolished buildings on top of soldiers sheltering inside. Hand-to-hand combat with knives and trenching tools and bare hands was common. A Soviet soldier might control the ground floor of a building while Germans held the floor above, with both sides throwing grenades down stairwells and shooting through floors. The Mamayev Kurgan, a strategic hill overlooking the city, changed hands multiple times, with the soil so saturated with metal fragments from explosions that grass wouldn't grow there for years. The average distance between Soviet and German positions in Stalingrad was often measured in dozens of meters, close enough that calling in artillery or air support meant accepting you'd probably hit your own forces as well as the enemy. Soviet reinforcements were ferried across the Volga under constant German fire, with many soldiers drowning or being killed before they even reached the city. Those who made it across were immediately thrown into combat, often without adequate weapons or ammunition. Soviet tactics relied on keeping German forces so close that German artillery and air power couldn't be used effectively without hitting German troops, hugging the enemy, as Soviet commanders called it. This made the fighting even more brutal and increased casualties on both sides, but it negated Germany's advantages in firepower. Stalin issued Order 227, not one step back, forbidding retreat without orders and establishing blocking detachments to shoot Soviet soldiers who tried to retreat. The choice for Soviet soldiers was simple, almost certain death fighting forward, or certain death from their own side if they retreated. Not exactly what you'd call a win-win situation. By November 1942, German forces controlled most of Stalingrad, though Soviet defenders still held portions along the Volga riverbank. German commanders believed the battle was nearly won. One more push would drive the Soviets into the river and end the campaign. What they didn't realize was that the Soviets had been building up massive forces north and south of Stalingrad, preparing a massive counteroffensive. Soviet deception efforts had concealed the scale of this build-up from German intelligence. On November 19, 1942, Soviet forces launched Operation Uranus, a pincer movement that broke through weak Romanian forces north and south of Stalingrad and raced to meet behind the German Sixth Army, encircling roughly 250,000 German and Axis soldiers in and around the city. This was the moment when Hitler should have ordered a breakout, cutting German losses and preserving forces for future operations. Instead, he ordered the Sixth Army to hold Stalingrad and promised that the Luftwaffe would supply the pocket by air. This promise was, to put it mildly, optimistic. The Luftwaffe attempted to supply the Stalingrad pocket, but the task was impossible. The encircled forces needed about 700 tons of supplies per day. The Luftwaffe could deliver perhaps 100 tons on good days, often much less when weather was poor or Soviet fighters and anti-aircraft fire were heavy. German aircraft losses mounted rapidly. Soldiers in the pocket began starving and freezing as winter set in. Medical supplies ran out, leaving wounded soldiers to die from untreated injuries or infections. Horses were slaughtered for food, then soldiers began eating whatever they could find. The German relief offensive, Operation Winter Storm, came close to reaching the pocket in December, but was eventually stopped by Soviet resistance. Hitler refused to authorize the Sixth Army to break out even when this might have been possible, insisting they continue holding Stalingrad. By January 1943, the situation was hopeless. The Sixth Army surrendered on February 2, 1943, with approximately 91,000 German soldiers going into Soviet captivity. These men had watched roughly 150,000 of their comrades die in the pocket over the previous months. Of those who surrendered, only about 6,000 would ever return to Germany. The rest died in Soviet prison camps from starvation, disease, and the brutal conditions of forced labor. The battle, more importantly, it had shattered the myth of German invincibility and demonstrated that the Wehrmacht could be decisively defeated. The psychological impact resonated throughout Europe. If Germany could lose at Stalingrad, maybe Germany could lose the war. Soviet morale soared while German confidence was shaken. The victory at Stalingrad would be remembered as one of the most significant Soviet achievements of the war, though the cost, perhaps 1 million Soviet casualties, military and civilian combined, was staggering even by Eastern Front standards. Now let's shift to the Pacific, where the Battle of Midway in June 1942 marked the turning point in the naval war between the United States and Japan. After 6 months of successful expansion, Japan controlled vast territories in the Strategic Initiative. American forces were still reeling from Pearl Harbor and subsequent defeats across the Pacific. Japanese planners decided to extend their defensive perimeter by capturing Midway Island, a tiny atoll about 1,300 miles northwest of Hawaii. Capturing Midway would eliminate the American base there and potentially draw out the American carrier fleet for a decisive battle that would finish what Pearl Harbor had started. Admiral Yamamoto commanded the operation, which involved most of the combined fleet, including 4 fleet carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, the same carriers that had attacked Pearl Harbor. What Japanese planners didn't know was that American codebreakers had cracked Japanese naval codes and knew the attack was coming. This intelligence advantage would prove decisive, demonstrating that sometimes reading your enemy's mail is even more effective than building bigger ships. American carriers, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, positioned themselves northeast of Midway, waiting to ambush the Japanese fleet. The Americans had numerical inferiority, 3 carriers against 4 Japanese carriers, and Japanese pilots were more experienced and their aircraft in some ways superior. But the Americans had advance warning and chose when and where to fight. On the morning of June 4, 1942, Japanese aircraft struck Midway Island while American torpedo bombers attacked the Japanese carriers. The American torpedo attacks were catastrophic failures. Most torpedo bombers were shot down without scoring any hits, with casualty rates exceeding 90%. But their sacrifice created an opportunity. While Japanese fighters were low dealing with torpedo bombers, American dive bombers arrived high overhead, almost by accident. The squadrons had gotten separated and weren't coordinating their attacks. The dive bombers found Japanese carriers in a vulnerable state, with decks full of aircraft being refueled and rearmed. In about 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes, 3 Japanese carriers were fatally damaged by bomb hits that set off massive fires and explosions. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were transformed from powerful warships into burning wrecks. The 4th carrier, Hiryu, launched strikes that damaged Yorktown before being found and destroyed by American dive bombers later that day. By evening on June 4th, all 4 Japanese fleet carriers were lost or sinking, along with hundreds of experienced pilots and aircraft. American losses were 1 carrier. Yorktown, damaged at Coral Sea and hastily repaired, was finished off by a Japanese submarine and about 150 aircraft. As naval battles go, this was a remarkably lopsided outcome considering how close the opposing forces had been in strength. The Battle of Midway ended Japanese expansion in the Pacific and shifted the strategic initiative to the Americans. Japan could not replace 4 fleet carriers quickly. Building carriers takes years. American shipyards, meanwhile, were beginning to produce ships at astonishing rates. Japan had lost its most experienced carrier pilots, who would be difficult to replace because Japan's training programs couldn't produce pilots at anything approaching American rates. Most fundamentally, Japan had lost the ability to conduct offensive operations across the vast distances of the Pacific. Japanese forces would spend the rest of the war defending their perimeter against increasingly powerful American offensives. Midway demonstrated what American industrial capacity could achieve when fully mobilized. The Yorktown, severely damaged at Coral Sea in May, had been repaired in an emergency 3-day overhaul at Pearl Harbor that would normally have taken months. This kind of industrial effort, replicated across American shipyards and factories, would bury Japan under an avalanche of ships, aircraft, and weapons. The third major turning point was El Alamein in North Africa, where British forces finally stopped German and Italian advances toward Egypt and the Suez Canal. The North African campaign had been seesawing back and forth across the desert since 1940, with both sides advancing and retreating across Libya and Egypt depending on supply situations and reinforcements. German General Rommel, the Desert Fox, had earned a reputation for tactical brilliance and aggressive armoured operations. By summer 1942, Axis forces had advanced to El Alamein, just 65 miles from Alexandria and the Suez Canal. If Axis forces captured Egypt, they could potentially advance into the Middle East, seizing British oil supplies and linking up with German forces advancing through the Caucasus. This would be strategically catastrophic for Britain and potentially force the Middle East out of the war. British Prime Minister Churchill had grown tired of defeats and decided to shake up the command structure. He appointed General Alexander as commander in the Middle East and General Montgomery, Monty, as commander of the Eighth Army. Montgomery was prickly, arrogant, and not particularly liked by his colleagues, but he was methodical, careful, and understood that victory required patient preparation rather than brilliant improvisation. He stopped Rommel's attack at Alam Halfa in September 1942 through careful defensive planning, then spent weeks building up forces and supplies for a massive counteroffensive. American Sherman tanks arrived via convoy. Artillery was concentrated in unprecedented numbers. Infantry divisions were reinforced and trained. Air superiority was established. Montgomery wasn't going to attack until he had overwhelming superiority, which drove Churchill to distraction but proved to be the correct approach. The Battle of El Alamein began on October 23, 1942, with a massive artillery barrage followed by infantry attacks that cleared paths through German minefields. The fighting was brutal and progress was slower than planned. German defences were strong and German forces counterattacked repeatedly. But Montgomery had resources to sustain the offensive while Rommel was desperately short on fuel, ammunition, and reinforcements. The decisive moment came when Montgomery shifted his attack northward, concentrating armour for a breakthrough that Rommel couldn't contain. By November 4th, Axis forces were in full retreat, abandoning much of their equipment for lack of fuel to move it. Churchill famously said, "Before Alamein we never had a victory. After Alamein we never had a defeat," which was a bit of an exaggeration but captured the psychological importance of finally defeating Rommel's forces decisively. The victory at El Alamein was reinforced days later by Operation Torch, the Allied landings in French North Africa on November 8, 1942. American and British forces landed in Morocco and Algeria, catching Vichy French forces by surprise and quickly overcoming resistance. Axis forces were pushed into Tunisia, where they fought a delaying action through the winter before finally surrendering in May 1943. Over 250,000 Axis soldiers went into captivity, losses comparable to Stalingrad and equally irreplaceable. North Africa was now entirely in Allied hands, providing a base for operations into southern Europe and eliminating the threat to Egypt and the Middle East. These three battles, Stalingrad, Midway, and El Alamein, all occurred within a 6-month period from June to November 1942, marking the high water mark of Axis expansion. The timing wasn't coincidental. The Axis powers had achieved their initial conquest but were now overextended, with supply lines stretched thin and resources spread across vast territories. The Allies, meanwhile, were finally mobilizing their superior industrial capacity and manpower. American factories were hitting their stride, producing weapons and equipment in quantities the Axis couldn't match. Soviet industry, relocated beyond German reach, was producing tanks and artillery that, while often inferior in quality to German equipment, were available in vastly greater numbers. British industry, sustained by American lend-lease, could finally equip forces adequately. The balance of power was shifting, and these battles made that shift visible. The strategic implications of these victories were profound. Germany could no longer win the war through offensive operations. The best Hitler could hope for was a defensive stalemate that might lead to a negotiated peace. Japan similarly faced the prospect of a long defensive war against an enemy with overwhelming industrial superiority. Italy, never a particularly effective military power to begin with, was now facing Allied invasions of its territory. The Axis powers had lost the strategic initiative permanently. The question was no longer whether the Allies would win, but how long it would take and how much destruction would occur before victory was achieved. The psychological impact of these victories cannot be overstated. For 2.5 years, the Axis had won virtually every major battle. France had fallen in 6 weeks. Britain had been driven from the continent. The Soviet Union had lost millions of soldiers and vast territories. American forces had been defeated across the Pacific. The Axis military machines had seemed unstoppable. The defeats at Stalingrad, Midway, and El Alamein shattered this perception. German and Japanese forces could be beaten decisively. The Wehrmacht and the Imperial Japanese Navy were not invincible. Axis soldiers, who had been told they were superior warriors destined for victory, now faced the prospect of eventual defeat. Allied soldiers and civilians, who had endured years of defeats and setbacks, could finally believe that victory was possible. These turning-point battles also revealed the nature of modern industrial warfare. The side with greater industrial capacity and resources, if it could avoid being defeated early, would eventually wear down and overwhelm its enemies through sheer material superiority. Germany, when quick victory proved impossible, they found themselves in extended wars of attrition that they couldn't win. The romantic notion of military genius and warrior spirit overcoming material disadvantage was revealed as fantasy. In modern warfare, factories and shipyards were as important as armies and fleets. The United States was producing more aircraft in a month than Japan could produce in a year. Soviet factories were turning out tanks faster than Germany could destroy them. Britain's naval yards were replacing losses faster than German U-boats could sink ships. The mathematics of industrial production were inexorable, and the numbers favoured the Allies. Yet despite these decisive victories, the war was far from over. Germany still controlled most of Europe and would fight tenaciously for every kilometre of territory. Japan still held vast territories across Asia and the Pacific, and showed no inclination to surrender, despite increasingly hopeless prospects. The Italian campaign, which the Allies hoped would be quick, would turn into a grinding slog up the Italian peninsula. The strategic bombing campaign against Germany would escalate to levels of destruction unprecedented in warfare. The Holocaust would intensify as Germany faced defeat, with the Nazis accelerating their genocide program. The war would continue for another 2.5 years, claiming millions more lives. But after Stalingrad, Midway and El Alamein, the outcome was no longer in doubt. The Axis had lost any realistic chance of victory. What remained was the long, bloody process of turning strategic advantage into actual victory through thousands of additional battles, operations and campaigns. The tide had turned, but the storm was far from over. By early 1944, the strategic situation had fundamentally shifted from 1942. Germany was retreating in the east, having lost the initiative permanently after the failed offensive at Kursk in summer 1943. Italy had been knocked out of the war. Mussolini had been overthrown, Italy had switched sides, and Allied forces were grinding slowly up the Italian peninsula against determined German resistance. The Battle of the Atlantic had turned decisively in favour of the Allies, with German U-boats being sunk faster than they could be replaced. Strategic bombing was devastating German cities and industrial capacity, but Germany still controlled Western Europe and showed no signs of surrendering. The obvious next step was a cross-channel invasion to liberate France and advance into Germany itself. This operation, Operation Overlord, culminating in the D-Day landings, would be the largest amphibious assault in history and represented the Western Allies' main effort to defeat Germany. If it failed, the war could be prolonged by years. No pressure or anything. Planning for Overlord had been ongoing since 1942, but the actual invasion was repeatedly postponed while forces and supplies were built up in Britain. Over 150,000 troops would land on the first day, requiring thousands of ships and landing craft. Paratroopers would drop behind German lines to secure key objectives. Naval forces would provide gunfire support and protect the invasion fleet. Air forces would achieve air superiority and provide close air support. The logistical challenges were staggering. Britain essentially became one enormous military base, with southern England packed with troops, vehicles, supplies and equipment waiting for the invasion. The build-up was so massive that some joked Britain would have sunk under the weight if it weren't for the barrage balloons holding it up. Not exactly accurate hydrodynamics, but it captured the scale of preparation. The invasion site, Normandy, was chosen carefully. The most obvious target was the Pas de Calais, the narrowest point of the channel and closest to Germany. German defences were strongest there, which made it a poor choice despite the shorter distance. Normandy was further from Germany but had suitable beaches and was less heavily defended. To ensure surprise, the Allies implemented Operation Bodyguard, an elaborate deception scheme that convinced Germans the invasion would come at Calais. Fake radio traffic, dummy armies with inflatable tanks, and double agents fed false information to German intelligence. The deception was so successful that even after the Normandy landings, Hitler believed they were a diversion, and the real invasion would still come at Calais, causing him to hold back reserves that could have reinforced Normandy. Sometimes the best strategy is convincing your enemy you're doing what they expect while actually doing something completely different. It's like telling someone you'll meet them at Starbucks while actually going to the other Starbucks across town, except with more tanks and amphibious landings. D-Day, June 6, 1944, began with airborne drops shortly after midnight, with American paratroopers landing inland from Utah and Omaha beaches, and British paratroopers securing bridges and key terrain near the British beaches. The drops were scattered. Many paratroopers landed far from their objectives, equipment was lost and units were badly disorganized. But the scattered drops actually helped the deception by creating confusion and making German commanders uncertain where the main effort was occurring. At dawn, the naval bombardment began, thousands of ships firing at German coastal defences. Then the landing craft headed for the beaches, 5 separate landing areas codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno and Sword, stretching along 50 miles of Norman coastline. The landings varied in difficulty. Utah Beach, on the western end, went relatively smoothly, with troops landing slightly off target but encountering light resistance and quickly moving inland. The British and Canadian landings at Gold, Juno and Sword faced stronger resistance but successfully established beachheads. Omaha Beach, however, became a nightmare. The preliminary bombardment had missed many German defences, troops landed in the wrong locations, the beach was commanded by German positions on high ground, and German defenders were more numerous and alert than expected. Landing craft were destroyed by mines and obstacles. Soldiers jumped into deep water and drowned under the weight of equipment. Those who made it to the beach faced withering fire from German machine guns and artillery. The beach became jammed with vehicles, equipment and casualties, creating chaos. For several hours, the Omaha landing teetered on the edge of failure. The officers and NCOs organized whatever troops were nearby and led assaults on German positions. Navy destroyers moved dangerously close to shore to provide direct fire support. Combat engineers cleared obstacles under fire. Slowly, painfully, American forces pushed off the beach and began moving inland. By day's end, the beachhead at Omaha was tenuous but secure. The cost had been high, perhaps 2,000 American casualties at Omaha alone, but the invasion had succeeded. By the end of June 6th, over 150,000 Allied troops were ashore in France, and supplies and reinforcements were flowing across the beaches. The Atlantic Wall, Germany's supposedly impregnable coastal defences, had been breached, and Allied forces had established themselves on the European continent. German response to the invasion was hampered by Hitler's insistence on personal control and his continued belief that Normandy was a diversion. German armour and reserves that could have reinforced Normandy immediately were held back on Hitler's orders. When German forces did counterattack, they faced overwhelming Allied air superiority that made daytime movement extremely dangerous. Allied fighters and fighter bombers attacked German columns continuously, destroying vehicles and inflicting casualties. The Luftwaffe was essentially absent. Years of attrition had reduced German air power to a shadow of its former strength. German commanders in Normandy repeatedly requested reinforcements and permission to conduct mobile defence. But Hitler demanded that every metre of ground be held, making German forces vulnerable to encirclement. The Battle of Normandy, the fighting to break out from the beachheads and advance into France, lasted nearly 3 months and was far more difficult than Allied planners had expected. The terrain favoured defenders, with small fields separated by thick hedgerows that channelled attacks and provided excellent defensive positions. German forces defended tenaciously, and Normandy became a grinding battle of attrition. American forces struggled to break through German lines near Saint-Lô. German defenders inflicted heavy casualties and destroyed numerous Allied tanks. The bocage, the hedgerow country, negated Allied advantages in mobility and armour, turning the campaign into the kind of grinding attritional battle that favoured defenders. The breakout finally came in late July with Operation Cobra, an American offensive that punched through German lines after a massive aerial bombardment. American armour poured through the gap and began a rapid advance across France. Meanwhile, Canadian and British forces launched Operation Totalize, attempting to close the Falaise Pocket and trap German forces in Normandy. The Falaise Pocket became a killing ground, with Allied aircraft and artillery devastating trapped German units trying to escape. Thousands of German soldiers were killed and tens of thousands captured, along with enormous amounts of equipment. The German position in Normandy collapsed, and German forces began a general retreat toward Germany. The liberation of Paris on August 25, 1944, was as much political as military. Free French forces under General Leclerc, supported by American units, entered Paris after an uprising by the French resistance. German garrison commander General von Choltitz surrendered rather than carrying out Hitler's orders to destroy the city, which probably saved his life when he was later tried for war crimes. "I saved Paris" is a pretty good defence when you're accused of being a Nazi general. Charles de Gaulle returned to Paris in triumph, establishing himself as leader of Free France and beginning the complicated process of rebuilding French government. The liberation of Paris was intensely symbolic. The city that had fallen in 1940 without a fight was now free, and images of Allied troops marching down the Champs-Élysées reversed the humiliation of 4 years earlier. The Allied advance across France in August and September 1944 was remarkably rapid. Paris fell on August 25th. Brussels was liberated on September 3rd. American forces crossed into Germany near Aachen in mid-September. British forces captured Antwerp, though the Germans held the Scheldt estuary and prevented the port's use for weeks. The speed of the advance created logistical problems. Allied supply lines stretched back to Normandy, and fuel and ammunition shortages began hampering operations. Montgomery proposed Operation Market Garden, an ambitious plan to use airborne forces to seize bridges across the Rhine in the Netherlands, potentially allowing a rapid thrust into Germany and ending the war by Christmas. Churchill loved the idea. Eisenhower, though sceptical, approved it. Operation Market Garden, September 17-25, 1944, was the largest airborne operation of the war and a costly failure. American and British paratroopers dropped at multiple locations to seize bridges, while British ground forces drove up a single road to link up with them. The operation required everything to go right. All bridges had to be captured intact, ground forces had to advance on schedule, and German resistance had to be minimal. Instead, everything went wrong. Intelligence failed to identify 2 SS Panzer divisions refitting near Arnhem. Some paratroopers landed far from objectives. German forces quickly recovered from surprise and counterattacked. Ground forces couldn't advance quickly through strong German defences. The bridge at Arnhem, a bridge too far, couldn't be held, and British paratroopers there were overrun. The operation gained some ground but failed to achieve its objectives, and Allied forces would have to fight through the winter before crossing the Rhine in strength. While Western Allied forces fought in France and the Low Countries, Soviet forces were advancing in the east on a scale that dwarfed Western operations. Operation Bagration, June 1944, destroyed German Army Group Center, inflicting over 300,000 casualties and liberating Belarus. Soviet forces advanced into Poland, reaching the Vistula River and the outskirts of Warsaw. The Warsaw Uprising, August and October 1944, saw Polish Home Army forces attempt to liberate Warsaw before Soviet forces arrived, hoping to establish Polish authority independent of Soviet control. Soviet forces, having reached the eastern bank of the Vistula, halted rather than supporting the uprising. German forces suppressed the uprising brutally, killing over 150,000 Poles and destroying much of the city. Soviet forces then liberated the ruins, establishing a communist government under Soviet control. The cynical Soviet decision to allow the Germans to destroy the Polish Home Army, potential opposition to communist rule, was realpolitik at its coldest. Soviet advances continued through late 1944 and early 1945. Romania switched sides in August 1944 after Soviet forces invaded, with King Michael ordering Romanian forces to stop fighting the Soviets and start fighting the Germans. Bulgaria was occupied in September. Yugoslavia was largely liberated by Tito's partisans with Soviet support. Hungary was invaded, though Budapest would hold out until February 1945 in a siege nearly as destructive as Stalingrad. Soviet forces entered East Prussia, Germany's eastern territories, where fighting was particularly brutal. German civilians fled westward in massive numbers, terrified of Soviet revenge for German atrocities in the Soviet Union. The fear was justified. Soviet forces committed widespread atrocities against German civilians, with mass rape and murder occurring as Soviet troops took revenge for years of German brutality. Not exactly the liberation that Berliners had been hoping for, though after what the Wehrmacht had done in the Soviet Union, Soviet soldiers felt entitled to payback. Germany's situation by winter 1944-45 was hopeless. Allied forces were advancing from the west, Soviet forces from the east, and Italy from the south. German cities were being destroyed by strategic bombing. Oil supplies were exhausted, immobilizing much of the remaining Luftwaffe and armoured forces. The submarine campaign had been defeated, with U-boats achieving minimal results while suffering catastrophic losses. Germany was being bombed around the clock, RAF Bomber Command at night, US 8th Air Force by day. The infrastructure was collapsing, with transportation networks destroyed and civilian morale crumbling. Any rational analysis would conclude that Germany should surrender, minimize further destruction, and hope for reasonable peace terms. Hitler, however, had never been particularly interested in rational analysis. Hitler's response to impending defeat was the Ardennes Offensive, the Battle of the Bulge, launched on December 16, 1944. German forces attacked through the Ardennes forest in Belgium, much as they had in 1940, attempting to split Allied forces and capture Antwerp. The initial attack achieved tactical surprise, with American forces in a quiet sector overwhelmed by the assault. German forces created a bulge in Allied lines advancing toward the Meuse River, but the offensive was based on fantasy. Germany lacked the fuel, ammunition, and air support to sustain a major offensive. American forces held key road junctions like Bastogne, disrupting German timetables. When weather cleared, Allied air power devastated German columns. By January, the offensive had been stopped, and German forces pushed back, having achieved nothing except wasting scarce resources and troops that could have defended Germany's borders. The final campaigns of the war saw Allied forces crossing the Rhine and advancing deep into Germany, while Soviet forces prepared for the final assault on Berlin. The Rhine was crossed at Remagen in March 1945 when American forces captured a bridge before Germans could destroy it. Montgomery launched a massive set-piece crossing further north, with overwhelming force ensuring success. Allied forces then advanced rapidly across Germany, with resistance collapsing as German units surrendered en masse. The Western Allies deliberately slowed their advance to allow Soviet forces to take Berlin. Roosevelt and Churchill had agreed to Stalin's demand that Soviet forces capture the German capital, recognizing Soviet sacrifices and wanting to maintain alliance cohesion. The Battle of Berlin, April 16th to May 2nd, 1945, was the final major battle in Europe. Soviet forces surrounded the city and began a systematic assault, fighting building to building against desperate German defenders that included elderly men, Hitler Youth, and foreign SS volunteers. Hitler remained in his bunker under the Chancellery, issuing orders to non-existent armies and blaming everyone but himself for Germany's defeat. On April 30th, with Soviet forces blocks away, Hitler committed suicide, appointing Admiral Dönitz as his successor. German forces in Berlin surrendered on May 6th. The war in Europe officially ended on May 8, 1945, VE Day, with German forces surrendering unconditionally to the Allies. The cost of the war in Europe was staggering. Perhaps 35 to 40 million European deaths, military and civilian combined. The Soviet Union alone had lost over 25 million people. Poland lost about 17% of its pre-war population. Germany lost perhaps 7 million people, including millions of civilians killed in bombing raids and Soviet revenge. Cities from London to Stalingrad lay in ruins. Entire regions were devastated. Millions of people were displaced, with ethnic Germans expelled from Eastern Europe and refugees flooding westward. The Holocaust had murdered 6 million Jews along with millions of others deemed undesirable. Europe's economic and social fabric was shattered. The continent that had dominated global affairs for centuries was now dependent on American aid for recovery, and occupied by American and Soviet forces whose rivalry would define the next half-century. The liberation of Europe revealed the full extent of Nazi atrocities as Allied forces captured concentration camps and death camps. The images of Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, Dachau and other camps shocked even soldiers who thought they had seen everything war could offer. The industrial scale of the Holocaust was revealed, not sporadic violence or even pogroms, but systematic genocide with detailed records and bureaucratic organization. Gas chambers disguised as showers, crematoria running continuously, warehouses full of victims' belongings. The discovery of the camps eliminated any possibility that Germans could claim ignorance, and ensured that Nazi leaders would face trial for crimes against humanity. The Nuremberg trials, beginning in November 1945, established the principle that government officials and military officers could be held personally responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity, regardless of orders from superiors. Leading Nazis were tried before an international tribunal, with most being convicted and executed. These trials set precedents for international law that continue to shape how we think about accountability for atrocities. Whether they achieved justice is debatable. Many Nazis escaped prosecution, and some argued that victors' justice was being imposed. But they represented a genuine attempt to hold individuals accountable for industrial-scale atrocities. The liberation of Europe from Nazi control was achieved through the combined efforts of the Grand Alliance, though the relative contributions are still debated. The Soviet Union bore the brunt of fighting and casualties, destroying the majority of German military forces at enormous cost. Britain had stood alone in 1940-41 and provided the base from which liberation was launched. The United States provided industrial capacity and military forces that were decisive in achieving victory. The contributions of resistance movements, smaller allies, and colonial forces are often overlooked but were important. Poland, despite being occupied, had significant forces fighting throughout the war. French resistance provided intelligence and sabotage. Norwegian, Dutch, Belgian, Greek, and Yugoslav resistance all contributed to Allied victory. The war's end in Europe didn't bring peace so much as replace hot war with Cold War. The alliance between Western democracies and the Soviet Union had been maintained by shared enemies. But with Germany defeated, the underlying tensions emerged. Soviet occupation of Eastern Europe and imposition of communist governments created the division of Europe that would last 45 years. The Iron Curtain, as Churchill called it, divided Europe between democratic West and communist East. Germany itself was divided into occupation zones that would eventually become separate countries. The war to defeat fascism had created conditions for the Cold War between capitalism and communism that would dominate the second half of the 20th century. The soldiers who fought to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny would find that liberation had been replaced by a different form of oppression in the East, and that the peace they had fought for remained elusive. But at least the Nazis were gone, which was something. The Third Reich that Hitler had boasted would last 1,000 years had lasted 12, ending in total defeat and occupation. Sometimes the good guys do win, even if the victory comes at terrible cost and the peace that follows is imperfect. While Europe was being liberated and Germany ground down to defeat, the war in the Pacific was following its own brutal logic. The distances involved were staggering. The Pacific Ocean covers roughly 63 million square miles, which is larger than all the world's land area combined. Fighting across this expanse required a fundamentally different kind of warfare than the European theatre. You couldn't drive tanks from island to island or march armies across water, obviously. Instead, American forces developed a strategy of island hopping, bypassing heavily defended Japanese positions to capture strategic islands that could serve as bases for further advances, gradually tightening the noose around Japan while leaving isolated Japanese garrisons to wither on the vine, as MacArthur colourfully put it. This meant that thousands of Japanese soldiers spent the war garrison duty on islands that never saw combat, wondering if they'd been forgotten by everyone involved. Not exactly the glorious combat they'd been promised, but probably preferable to what happened to their colleagues who did see action. The American strategy in the Pacific involved two main axes of advance. General MacArthur commanded Southwest Pacific forces and advanced through New Guinea and the Philippines, fulfilling his famous promise to return to the Philippines after being evacuated in 1942. Admiral Nimitz commanded Pacific Fleet and advanced through the Central Pacific, capturing islands that could serve as bases for bombers to attack Japan. These two commanders had different personalities. MacArthur was theatrical, egotistical, and loved publicity, while Nimitz was quiet, professional, and effective, and different priorities about where to attack next. This created tension in Allied planning, with both commanders lobbying for resources and arguing their route was more important. The compromise was to pursue both strategies simultaneously, which actually worked reasonably well despite the divided effort. Sometimes having two different approaches means one of them will succeed even if the other bogs down. It's like the island campaigns were characterized by a pattern that became grimly familiar. American forces would bombard an island from sea and air, land marines or army troops, then fight Japanese defenders in brutal close-quarters combat. Japanese forces almost never surrendered, fighting to the death or committing suicide rather than accepting capture. This fanatical resistance was partly due to Japanese military culture that emphasized death before dishonor, partly due to propaganda that convinced Japanese soldiers that Americans would torture and kill prisoners, and partly due to orders from commanders who viewed surrender as unacceptable. The result was that capturing even small islands often required weeks of fighting, and produced casualty rates that would seem absurd for the amount of territory involved. Taking up not exactly what real estate agents would call prime beachfront property. Guadalcanal, August 1942 to February 1943, was the first major American offensive in the Pacific and set the pattern for future campaigns. The island had a strategic airfield that Japanese forces were building, and American commanders decided to capture it before it became operational. Marines landed in August 1942 and quickly captured the airfield, renamed Henderson Field, but Japanese forces counterattacked repeatedly, leading to 6 months of brutal fighting. Naval battles offshore were equally intense, with both sides feeding reinforcements into the meat grinder. The waters between Guadalcanal and other islands became known as Iron Bottom Sound because of all the ships sunk there, which really tells you everything you need to know about how the naval campaign was going. Japanese forces eventually evacuated in February 1943, having lost over 20,000 men to American losses of about 7,000. The campaign demonstrated that American forces could defeat Japanese forces in sustained combat, but also showed that Japanese resistance would be fanatical and casualties would be high. The Central Pacific Campaign began with Tarawa in November 1943, a tiny atoll that would produce one of the bloodiest battles relative to its size in military history. The island was less than 2 square miles but was heavily fortified, with Japanese bunkers constructed from concrete and coconut logs that could withstand naval bombardment. American planners expected the preliminary bombardment to destroy Japanese defenses, allowing Marines to land with minimal resistance. This assumption proved catastrophically wrong. The bombardment had killed some Japanese defenders but left most fortifications intact. Worse, the invasion planners had miscalculated the tides, and landing craft grounded on coral reefs hundreds of yards from shore. Marines had to wade through chest-deep water under heavy fire from Japanese positions, taking terrible casualties. The battle lasted 3 days and cost over 3,000 American casualties, more than 1,000 killed, to capture an island that was basically a flat piece of coral with an airstrip. Japanese defenders numbered about 4,500, and fewer than 20 survived to be captured. The rest fought until killed. The images of dead Marines floating in the surf shocked Americans back home, and demonstrated that the road to Japan would be paved with casualties. The lessons of Tarawa led to improvements in amphibious assault techniques, better intelligence, more effective naval bombardment, specialized vehicles to cross reefs, but couldn't eliminate the fundamental problem that attacking fortified positions across open ground against defenders who wouldn't surrender was going to produce horrible casualties. Kwajalein, Eniwetok, Saipan, Guam, Peleliu, each island campaign had its own horrors, its own stories of desperate fighting and heavy losses. Saipan in June-July 1944 saw the largest Banzai charge of the war, with over 4,000 Japanese troops launching a suicidal assault that was cut down by American firepower but achieved its goal of killing before dying. The battle also saw Japanese civilians committing suicide by jumping off cliffs rather than accept American occupation, convinced by Japanese propaganda that Americans would rape and murder them. Hundreds of civilians died this way, a grim testament to the effectiveness of Japanese propaganda and the tragedy of total war. The capture of the Mariana Islands, Saipan, Guam and Tinian in summer 1944 brought Japan within range of the new B-29 Superfortress bombers. The first B-29 raids in late 1944 targeted Japanese aircraft factories with high-altitude precision bombing, but results were disappointing. Japanese industry was largely dispersed in small workshops rather than concentrated in large factories, making precision bombing ineffective. Cloud cover over Japan was often heavy, obscuring targets, and high-altitude bombing simply wasn't accurate enough to hit small targets consistently. Instead of trying to hit specific factories, B-29s would firebomb Japanese cities, destroying the small workshops and housing areas where workers lived. This shift from precision bombing to area bombing, from trying to hit military targets to deliberately burning cities, represented a moral boundary being crossed, though by this point in the war such boundaries had been crossed so many times that one more hardly seemed to matter. The firebombing campaign against Japan produced destruction on a scale that exceeded even the devastation of German cities. Japanese cities were particularly vulnerable to fire. Houses were largely constructed of wood and paper, cities were densely packed, and firefighting capabilities were limited. The raid on Tokyo on the night of March 9-10, 1945 killed approximately 100,000 people in a single night, more than either atomic bomb would kill. B-29s dropped incendiary bombs that created a firestorm with winds reaching hurricane force feeding flames that consumed everything flammable. People died from burns, from asphyxiation as the fire consumed oxygen, from being trampled in panicked crowds trying to escape, from jumping into canals where water was boiling. Survivors described scenes from hell, charred bodies everywhere, rivers clogged with corpses, entire districts reduced to ash. By the end of the war, American firebombing had destroyed over 60 Japanese cities, killed hundreds of thousands of civilians, and left millions homeless. The destruction was so complete that by August 1945, American planners were running out of cities large enough to be worth bombing. When nuclear weapons became available, the target list for cities that hadn't already been destroyed was remarkably short. While the bombing campaign was devastating Japanese cities, American forces continued advancing across the Pacific. The Philippines campaign, October 1944 to August 1945, saw MacArthur return as promised, though at a cost of over 60,000 American casualties and the destruction of Manila, which was left in ruins comparable to Warsaw. Japanese forces defending the Philippines adopted a strategy of prolonged resistance rather than decisive battle, turning the campaign into a grinding series of battles across multiple islands. The liberation of the Philippines was symbolically important and denied Japan access to vital resources in Southeast Asia, but it tied down substantial American forces that could have been used elsewhere. MacArthur's determination to liberate the Philippines was partly strategic, partly personal, He had been forced to abandon the Philippines in 1942 and was determined to fulfill his promise to return, regardless of whether the Philippines was the most efficient route to defeating Japan. Sometimes personal honor and strategic calculation produce the same conclusion, and sometimes they don't. But when you're a 5-star general, people tend not to argue with you too forcefully. The Battle of Iwo Jima, February-March 1945, became one of the iconic battles of the Pacific War, immortalized in the photograph of Marines raising the flag on Mount Suribachi. The island was only 8 square miles of volcanic rock and ash, but it had airfields that could serve as emergency landing sites for damaged B-29s, returning from raids on Japan, and could base fighters to escort bombers. Japanese forces had fortified the island extensively, with over 11 miles of tunnels connecting fortified positions. General Kuribayashi, commanding Japanese forces, had studied American tactics and devised a strategy of defense in depth, abandoning the usual banzai charges in favor of making Americans pay in blood for every meter of ground. His strategy worked horrifically well. The battle lasted over a month and cost nearly 7,000 American dead and 20,000 wounded. American casualties exceeded Japanese garrison strength, which was nearly unprecedented. Japanese forces numbered about 21,000, and fewer than 200 survived to be captured. The rest fought until killed in their tunnels and bunkers. The photograph of the flag raising became one of the most famous images of the war, but it captured only a moment in a month-long bloodbath. Okinawa, April-June 1945, was even worse. The island was only 300 miles from mainland Japan, had substantial civilian population, and was seen by Japanese planners as the last line of defense before invasion of the home islands. Japanese forces numbered over 100,000 troops, and they had months to prepare fortifications. American invasion force was the largest of the Pacific War, over 180,000 troops initially, growing to over 500,000 counting reinforcements. The battle, kamikaze attacks, suicide aircraft deliberately crashed into ships, sank dozens of American vessels and damaged hundreds more, killing nearly 5,000 American sailors. Ashore, Japanese forces fought from elaborate cave and tunnel systems, forcing American forces to systematically destroy each position with flamethrowers, explosives, and grenades. American casualties exceeded 50,000, including over 12,000 dead. Japanese military casualties exceeded 100,000, and civilian casualties were perhaps another 100,000 to 150,000. Some killed in the fighting, some killed by Japanese forces who saw civilians as potential American collaborators, some who committed suicide rather than face capture. The battle demonstrated that invading the Japanese home islands would produce casualties on an unimaginable scale. American planners were already calculating what an invasion of Japan would cost. Operation Downfall, the planned invasion, would begin with Operation Olympic, the invasion of Kyushu in November 1945, followed by Operation Coronet, the invasion of Honshu near Tokyo in spring 1946. Intelligence estimates suggested Japanese forces defending the home islands numbered over 2 million troops, with millions more civilians who would be armed and organized for resistance. Based on casualty rates at Iwo Jima and Okinawa, planners estimated American casualties could exceed 500,000, with Japanese military and civilian casualties potentially reaching millions. The Pentagon ordered so many Purple Hearts in anticipation of casualties that the supply produced for the planned invasion of Japan still hadn't been exhausted by 2003, when the United States invaded Iraq. That's how many casualties planners expected. More than 60 years of American wars wouldn't use up all the medals prepared for the invasion of Japan. The atomic bomb program, the Manhattan Project, had been underway since 1942, developing nuclear weapons in a massive secret program that ultimately cost over $2 billion and employed over 130,000 people. The project succeeded in developing 2 different bomb designs, a uranium bomb using gun-type assembly and a plutonium bomb using implosion. The uranium bomb was simple enough that scientists were confident it would work without testing. The plutonium bomb was more complex and was tested at Trinity Site in New Mexico on July 16, 1945. The test was successful, producing an explosion equivalent to about 20,000 tons of TNT and demonstrating that nuclear weapons were viable. President Truman, who had become president after Roosevelt's death in April 1945, was informed of the successful test while attending the Potsdam Conference with Churchill and Stalin. Truman authorized the use of atomic bombs against Japan if Japan didn't surrender. The justification for using atomic bombs rested on several calculations. First, atomic bombs would kill many people but arguably fewer than the alternatives. Second, the shock value of nuclear weapons might convince Japanese leaders to surrender when conventional attacks hadn't. Third, demonstrating nuclear weapons to the Soviet Union, which was about to enter the war against Japan, would strengthen America's post-war negotiating position. Fourth, the American public would demand to know why weapons that could end the war quickly hadn't been used if the war dragged on and more American soldiers died. The counter-arguments, that Japan was already defeated and would surrender eventually without invasion or nuclear weapons, that using nuclear weapons was morally wrong, that demonstrating the bomb on an uninhabited area might achieve the same result, were considered but rejected. The decision to use the bombs was ultimately made by Truman, though it had support from his military and civilian advisors. The target selection process was clinical and disturbing. Cities that had already been heavily firebombed were excluded. Planners wanted to demonstrate the full destructive power of nuclear weapons, which required hitting relatively undamaged cities. Kyoto was initially on the list, but was removed because Secretary of War Stimson had visited Kyoto before the war and appreciated its cultural significance, which seems like a remarkably arbitrary reason to spare a city, but probably came as welcome news to Kyoto's residents. The final list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Nagasaki, and Niigata. Hiroshima was selected as the first target because it had military significance. It was a major military headquarters and port, and hadn't been significantly bombed. Kokura. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 named Enola Gay dropped the uranium bomb Little Boy on Hiroshima. The Hiroshima bomb detonated at 8:15 a.m. local time at an altitude of about 1,900 feet above the city. The explosion instantly vaporized everything within half a mile of ground zero. A massive fireball reaching temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun incinerated everything flammable. The blast wave traveling outward at supersonic speed destroyed buildings across a 2-mile radius. Radiation from the explosion killed many who survived the blast and heat. The death toll is difficult to determine precisely. Somewhere between 70,000 and 140,000 people died by the end of 1945, with tens of thousands more dying in subsequent years from radiation-related illnesses and cancers. The city of 350,000 people was effectively destroyed in an instant. Survivors described a flash brighter than the sun, a blast wave that knocked down everything, and a rising mushroom cloud that became the enduring symbol of nuclear weapons. Many victims were so badly burned that their gender and age were unrecognizable. People farther from the explosion received radiation doses that would kill them slowly and painfully. The shadows of people and objects were permanently etched onto walls and pavement by the flash of thermal radiation, creating haunting images that remain visible today. The Japanese government's response to Hiroshima was confused and delayed. Communications with Hiroshima were disrupted, and initial reports were unclear about what had happened. Some officials thought it was a large conventional bombing raid. When reconnaissance aircraft reported that the entire city had been destroyed, it seemed impossible. Only gradually did Japanese leaders understand that a single bomb had destroyed an entire city. The military still argued for continuing the war, believing that Japan could make an American invasion so costly that the United States would accept a negotiated peace rather than unconditional surrender. On August 9th, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and invaded Manchuria with overwhelming force, destroying the Japanese Kwantung Army in a matter of days. This was arguably as significant as the atomic bombs enforcing Japanese surrender. Japanese planners had hoped that the Soviet Union might mediate a negotiated peace with the United States. Soviet entry into the war eliminated that possibility, and meant Japan now faced enemies on all sides with no possibility of outside support. Also on August 9th, the United States dropped the plutonium bomb Fat Man on Nagasaki. The primary target of Kokura was obscured by clouds, so the bombing crew proceeded to the alternate target. The Nagasaki bomb was more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb, but the city's terrain limited blast effects. Still, about 40,000 to 75,000 people died by the end of 1945, with many more dying subsequently from radiation effects. Japan now faced the prospect that American aircraft could destroy a city every few days with single bombs, though in reality the United States had no more bombs ready and wouldn't for several weeks. The Emperor's decision to intervene and order surrender broke the deadlock in Japanese government. In an unprecedented radio broadcast, the first time ordinary Japanese heard the Emperor's voice, Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15th, 1945, citing the new and most cruel bomb and expressing concern that continuing the war would lead to the extinction of human civilization. Even after the Emperor's announcement, some military officers attempted a coup to prevent surrender and continue the war, demonstrating the depth of resistance to accepting defeat. The coup failed, and Japan formally surrendered on September 2, 1945, signing surrender documents aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. World War II was finally over. The debate over whether using atomic bombs was necessary or justified has continued for decades. Supporters argue that the bombs ended the war quickly, saving countless American lives that would have been lost in an invasion, and arguably saving Japanese lives by making invasion unnecessary. Critics argue that Japan was already defeated, that the Soviet entry into the war would have forced surrender without atomic bombs, and that the moral cost of deliberately killing civilians with weapons of unprecedented destructive power cannot be justified by military necessity. The truth probably lies somewhere between these positions. Japan was indeed already defeated in any meaningful strategic sense. Its military was shattered, its cities were being destroyed, its people were starving, and it had no path to victory. But defeat doesn't automatically mean surrender, as Germany had demonstrated by fighting long after any chance of victory was gone. Whether Japan would have surrendered before an invasion became necessary, and how many people would have died in the interim from conventional bombing, blockade, and fighting, cannot be known with certainty. What is certain is that atomic bombs changed warfare and international relations permanently. The existence of weapons capable of destroying cities instantly created a new category of threat that shaped the Cold War, and continues to influence international politics today. The nuclear age began at Hiroshima, and humanity has lived under the shadow of nuclear weapons ever since. The bombings killed over 200,000 people and left lasting health effects on survivors, creating a legacy of suffering that continues generations later. The images from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the mushroom clouds, the devastated cities, the radiation victims, became symbols of nuclear weapons horror and helped create international movements for nuclear disarmament. The end of the Pacific War brought different reactions across the region. Americans celebrated VJ Day, victory over Japan, with relief that the war was finally over and their soldiers would be coming home. Japanese civilians experienced surrender with a mixture of relief that the bombing would stop and shock that their divine emperor had admitted defeat. Across Asia, peoples who had been under Japanese occupation greeted liberation with joy, though in many cases the end of Japanese rule was quickly followed by struggles against returning European colonial powers or civil wars between communist and nationalist forces. Korea, which had been a Japanese colony since 1910, was divided between Soviet and American occupation zones, setting the stage for the Korean War. China descended into renewed civil war between communists and nationalists. Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaya, and other regions saw independence movements that would lead to decades of conflict. The Pacific War's end didn't bring peace to Asia so much as transform the nature of conflict from international war to civil wars and anti-colonial struggles. The Pacific theatre had been a different kind of war from Europe. Longer distances, smaller battles for individual islands but no less costly in total, naval and air power more decisive than in Europe, and racial animosity adding extra bitterness to combat. American racism toward Japanese people and Japanese racism toward Americans and other Asians poisoned the conflict, making quarter less likely to be given or asked. The internment of Japanese Americans in the United States, while not comparable to Japanese atrocities, demonstrated that racism affected American policy as well. The war saw the maturation of carrier warfare, amphibious assault techniques, and submarine warfare, with innovations that would influence military thinking for decades. The development and use of nuclear weapons represented a technological leap with implications that continued to shape global politics. The Pacific War's conclusion brought World War II to its end 6 years after it began with the invasion of Poland. The war had killed perhaps 70 to 85 million people worldwide, roughly 3% of the world's population. Entire regions had been devastated. The political map had been redrawn. Colonial empires were collapsing. The United States and Soviet Union emerged as superpowers whose rivalry would define the post-war era. Nuclear weapons introduced the possibility of human extinction through nuclear war. The Holocaust had demonstrated that industrial genocide was possible and created international determination that such atrocities must never happen again, leading to the creation of the United Nations and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The world in 1945 was fundamentally different from the world in 1939, transformed by 6 years of total war in ways that continue to shape our present. The soldiers, sailors, and airmen who fought in the Pacific theatre, like their counterparts in Europe, returned home to find that the world they had fought for was different from the world they had left, and that the peace they had won was complicated and imperfect. But they had defeated fascism and militarism, which was no small achievement. The war was over. The long process of coming to terms with what had happened and building a new world from the ruins could begin. Among all the horrors of World War II, the Holocaust stands apart as a uniquely systematic attempt to eliminate an entire people from existence. This wasn't collateral damage from military operations or the tragic but perhaps inevitable result of total war. This was deliberate, calculated, industrial-scale murder, planned and executed with bureaucratic efficiency by a modern state. 6 million Jews were murdered, along with millions of others deemed undesirable by Nazi ideology: Roma, Slavs, disabled people, political dissidents, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and countless others. The Holocaust represented humanity at its absolute worst, demonstrating that modern technology and bureaucratic organization could be turned toward genocide with terrifying effectiveness. Understanding how this happened and why remains one of the most important and difficult tasks for anyone trying to comprehend World War II and the 20th century more broadly. The roots of the Holocaust lie in Nazi racial ideology, which viewed history as a struggle between races for survival and dominance. In this twisted worldview, Jews were not simply another religious or ethnic group, but an existential threat to the Germanic Aryan race. Nazi ideology portrayed Jews as a parasitic race responsible for Germany's defeat in World War I, the economic problems of the Weimar Republic, the spread of communism, the corruption of German culture, and essentially every problem Germany faced. This anti-Semitism wasn't new. Europe had a long history of anti-Semitic persecution, but Nazi ideology took it to unprecedented extremes, combining traditional religious anti-Semitism with pseudoscientific racial theories and conspiracy theories about Jewish world domination. Hitler had made his hatred of Jews clear in Mein Kampf and in countless speeches, but the precise form the Nazi persecution of Jews would take evolved over time, becoming progressively more radical as the regime consolidated power and then went to war. The persecution of Jews in Germany began immediately after Hitler took power in 1933. The April 1933 boycott of Jewish businesses was followed by laws excluding Jews from civil service, legal and medical professions, and eventually most areas of German economic and social life. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 stripped Jews of German citizenship and prohibited marriage and sexual relations between Jews and non-Jews. These laws codified the Nazi regime's racial hierarchy and provided legal justification for escalating persecution. Jewish businesses were progressively expropriated through a process called Aryanization, forcing Jewish owners to sell at far below market value to non-Jewish Germans. Jewish children were excluded from schools, Jewish professionals lost their licenses to practice, and Jews were systematically pushed out of German society. The goal at this stage was to make life so unbearable for German Jews that they would emigrate, solving what the Nazis called the Jewish question through forced expulsion. The Kristallnacht pogrom of November 9–10, 1938 marked a major escalation in violence. Organized mobs attacked Jewish homes, businesses, and synagogues throughout Germany and Austria, killing over 90 Jews and destroying thousands of Jewish-owned buildings. The violence was presented as spontaneous popular anger, but was actually organized by Nazi authorities. Following Kristallnacht, approximately 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to concentration camps, where they were subjected to brutal treatment designed to terrorize them into emigrating. The international response was limited. Countries expressed shock but did little concrete to help Jewish refugees. The Evian Conference of 1938, called to address the refugee crisis, ended with most countries refusing to increase immigration quotas for Jewish refugees. This international indifference convinced Nazi leaders that they could escalate persecution with minimal consequences. The outbreak of war in 1939 transformed the situation fundamentally. Germany's conquest of Poland brought over 2 million additional Jews under Nazi control. Emigration was no longer practical as a solution. Where would millions of Jews go and which countries would accept them? The Nazis initially concentrated Polish Jews in ghettos in major cities, walled-off sections where Jews were confined in horrific overcrowded conditions. The Warsaw Ghetto held over 400,000 Jews in an area of just 1.3 square miles, with families crowded into single rooms and starvation, disease, and death rampant. Similar ghettos were established in Lodz, Krakow, and other Polish cities. The ghettos served multiple purposes, concentrating the Jewish population for easier control, exploiting Jewish labor, and isolating Jews from the non-Jewish population. but they were always conceived as temporary measures while Nazi leadership debated what to do with the millions of Jews now under their control. The invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941 brought a new phase of mass murder. Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing squads, followed the advancing Wehrmacht, rounding up and murdering Jews, communist officials and other targeted groups. The typical method was to take victims to remote locations, force them to dig pits, and then shoot them, leaving bodies in mass graves. At Baby Yar near Kiev in September 1941, over 33,000 Jews were murdered in 2 days. Similar massacres occurred across occupied Soviet territory. By the end of 1941, hundreds of thousands had been murdered in this way. This was the Holocaust in its initial form, face-to-face mass murder conducted systematically across the entire Eastern Front. The decision to move from mass shootings to extermination camps appears to have been made in late 1941 or early 1942, though the exact decision-making process remains historically murky because the Nazis deliberately avoided creating explicit written records of their genocide. The conference minutes, which survived the war, use euphemistic language about evacuation and resettlement, but the meaning was clear to participants. Jews would be transported to extermination camps in occupied Poland and murdered using poison gas, with the bodies cremated to eliminate evidence. This represented an evolution from the Einsatzgruppen shootings. Murder would be more efficient, require fewer perpetrators, and be psychologically easier for the killers because they wouldn't have to shoot victims face to face. The extermination camp system established in 1942 represented industrial genocide in its purest form. 6 camps were created specifically for mass murder: Chelmno, Belzec, Sobibor, Treblinka, Majdanek and Auschwitz-Birkenau. These weren't concentration camps where prisoners were held for labour, though Auschwitz combined both functions. These were death factories, designed for the efficient murder of as many people as possible. The process was systematized to maximize efficiency. Victims were transported by rail in cattle cars, often spending days without food, water or sanitation. Upon arrival, they were met by SS personnel who conducted selection, a brief evaluation determining who would be immediately murdered and who would be kept alive temporarily for labor. Those selected for labor might survive weeks or months before succumbing to starvation, disease, or being murdered when they became too weak to work. The murder process at Auschwitz-Birkenau, the largest extermination camp, demonstrated the industrial nature of the genocide. Victims selected for immediate death were told they were going to shower and were directed to underground chambers disguised as shower rooms. Once the chambers were packed with people, SS personnel dropped Zyklon B poison gas through vents in the ceiling. Death came within minutes, though those minutes were filled with terror as victims realized what was happening. The bodies were then removed by Sonderkommando, Jewish prisoners forced to work in the gas chambers, and taken to crematoria where they were burned. The entire process from arrival to cremation could take just hours. At peak operation, Auschwitz-Birkenau could murder several thousand people per day. The ashes were either buried, dumped in rivers, or used as fertilizer. Personal belongings taken from victims were sorted and shipped back to Germany. Everything of value was extracted. Clothes, shoes, eyeglasses, even gold teeth pulled from corpses. The genocide was also a massive theft operation, enriching the Nazi state and numerous German businesses that exploited slave labor. Life for those not immediately murdered was hellish. Concentration barracks were overcrowded, with prisoners sleeping on wooden bunks in conditions that would be illegal for livestock in most modern countries. Disease was rampant: typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis. Medical care was essentially non-existent, with camp doctors more likely to select sick prisoners for murder than to treat them. Prisoners were subjected to random violence from guards, punishments for trivial infractions, and the constant terror of selection for death. Some camps conducted medical experiments on prisoners without consent, subjecting them to torture disguised as research. Those who survived the camps were profoundly damaged by their experiences. The scale of the Holocaust is difficult to comprehend. 6 million Jews were murdered, roughly 2/3 of European Jewry. Entire communities that had existed for centuries were eliminated. Poland, which had been home to over 3 million Jews before the war, had fewer than 300,000 Jewish survivors. The Jews of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia were almost entirely destroyed. Hungarian Jews were largely killed in 1944 when Germany occupied Hungary, and deported hundreds of thousands to Auschwitz in just a few months. Greek Jews were nearly wiped out. The diverse Jewish communities of Eastern Europe, with their distinct cultures, languages and traditions, were largely destroyed. Beyond the 6 million Jews, the Nazis murdered approximately 1.5 million Roma. Millions of Soviet prisoners of war through deliberate neglect and murder, hundreds of thousands of disabled people through the T4 euthanasia program, hundreds of thousands of political prisoners, and tens of thousands of homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, and others deemed undesirable. The total number murdered in the Nazi genocide system is difficult to calculate precisely, but certainly exceeds 10 million. Resistance to the Holocaust took many forms, though the conditions made organized resistance extraordinarily difficult. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in April to May 1943 saw Jewish fighters battle German forces for weeks, knowing they couldn't win but refusing to go passively to their deaths. Uprisings also occurred at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Auschwitz, with prisoners killing guards and attempting escapes. Most were caught and killed, but some succeeded in escaping and surviving to tell what they had witnessed. Partisan groups in forests across Eastern Europe included Jewish fighters who had escaped ghettos and camps. Individual acts of resistance included smuggling food, maintaining cultural and religious practices despite prohibitions, documenting Nazi crimes, and helping others survive. Even survival itself was a form of resistance against the Nazi goal of total annihilation. Many non-Jews risked their lives to save Jews from the Holocaust. Individuals and families across Europe hid Jews in their homes, provided false papers, helped Jews escape to neutral countries, or warned Jews of impending deportations. The village of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon in France sheltered thousands of Jews. Danish citizens smuggled nearly all of Denmark's Jewish population to neutral Sweden in 1943 when deportations were planned. Diplomats like Raoul Wallenberg in Hungary and Tune Sugihara in Lithuania issued false papers that saved thousands. These righteous among the nations, as honoured by Yad Vashem, demonstrated that even in the darkest circumstances, individuals could choose to help rather than collaborate or stand aside. Their actions saved thousands of lives, though the vast majority of European Jews had no one willing or able to help them. The response of Allied governments to the Holocaust remains controversial. By late 1942, Allied leaders knew that Germany was systematically murdering Jews. Reports from escaped prisoners, information from resistance movements, and intelligence intercepts made clear what was happening. Yet the Allied response was limited. Proposals to bomb the rail lines leading to Auschwitz or the gas chambers themselves were rejected as militarily impractical and unlikely to save lives. Some historians argue this was a missed opportunity that could have saved thousands. Others contend that bombing would have killed prisoners and that the resources would have been better used advancing military campaigns that would end the war sooner. The Allied policy was that winning the war as quickly as possible was the best way to save Jews, but this meant that little was done specifically to stop the genocide while it was occurring. More could certainly have been done before the war to accept Jewish refugees, and some historians view the restricted immigration policies of the United States, Britain, and other countries as indirect complicity in the Holocaust. The liberation of the camps by Allied forces in 1944-45 revealed the full horror of what had occurred. Soviet forces liberated Majdanek in July 1944 and Auschwitz in January 1945, finding the murder installations largely intact and thousands of survivors in horrific condition. American and British forces liberating camps in Germany encountered scenes that shocked even battle-hardened soldiers. At Bergen-Belsen, British forces found over 10,000 unburied corpses and 60,000 prisoners, many dying from starvation and disease. Survivors were human skeletons, so emaciated that many could not survive even with medical care. The images and film footage from the liberated camps, piles of bodies, mass graves, survivors barely alive, became some of the most enduring images of the Holocaust. These images proved beyond doubt what had happened and eliminated any possibility of denial. The SS organized and ran the camps, but couldn't have done so without participation from many others. Railroad workers transported victims. Civil servants compiled lists of Jews and processed confiscated property. Police rounded up Jews for deportation. Wehrmacht soldiers sometimes assisted Einsatzgruppen or participated directly in massacres. German businesses profited from slave labor. Ordinary Germans occupied apartments and bought businesses confiscated from Jews. Collaborators in occupied countries assisted German authorities in identifying and rounding up Jews. The Holocaust required active participation from tens of thousands and passive acceptance from millions more. Understanding how ordinary people became complicit in genocide, through ideology, careerism, conformity, fear, or simple indifference, remains crucial to understanding how such atrocities become possible. The question of why the Holocaust happened has no simple answer. Nazi ideology certainly provided the ideological justification and the goal of eliminating Jews. But ideology alone doesn't explain how a modern state could organize and execute genocide on this scale. The Holocaust required bureaucratic structures, modern technology, transportation networks, and the participation or acquiescence of large numbers of people. It occurred in a context of total war that had already normalized massive violence and death. The dehumanization of Jews through years of propaganda made it easier for perpetrators to view their victims as less than human. The compartmentalization of the murder process, different people handling different stages, allowed individuals to feel less personally responsible. The war created conditions where extraordinary violence became routine and where dissent was dangerous. All these factors combined to create circumstances where industrial genocide became possible. The Holocaust's impact extends far beyond the immediate victims. Survivors carried psychological trauma for the rest of their lives, many suffering from what we now call PTSD. The Jewish communities of Europe were largely destroyed, with their cultures, languages, and traditions lost. The State of Israel was established partly in response to the Holocaust, as Jews sought a homeland where they could be safe from persecution. The Holocaust shaped how we think about genocide, war crimes, and human rights, leading to the Genocide Convention and the principle that crimes against humanity can be prosecuted internationally. It demonstrated that civilization is fragile and that barbarism can emerge even in supposedly advanced societies. The phrase "never again" became a rallying cry, though subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia, and elsewhere demonstrate that preventing genocide remains an ongoing challenge. The memory and legacy of the Holocaust continue to resonate today. Survivors who bore witness to what happened are now mostly gone, making it crucial that their testimony is preserved and that the history is taught to new generations. Holocaust denial, the attempt to claim the genocide didn't happen or wasn't as extensive as documented, remains a problem, though the historical evidence is overwhelming. The Holocaust has become a reference point for understanding extreme evil, sometimes appropriately and sometimes through comparisons that trivialize what occurred. Museums and memorials across the world ensure that the Holocaust is remembered and that its lessons continue to be learned. The Holocaust stands as perhaps the clearest example in modern history of how ideology, technology, bureaucracy, and human capacity for cruelty can combine to produce unprecedented evil. It demands that we confront uncomfortable questions about human nature, about what ordinary people are capable of under certain conditions, and about the fragility of civilization. These are questions without easy answers, but questions we must continue asking if we hope to prevent such atrocities in the future. So here we are, finally at the end of the most destructive conflict in human history. The guns had fallen silent, the bombs had stopped falling, and soldiers were beginning the long journey home. Victory parades filled the streets of Allied capitals, with crowds celebrating the defeat of fascism and militarism. But calling it victory feels almost inadequate when you look at what the world had gone through to achieve it. Between 70 and 85 million people were dead, roughly 3% of the entire world's population. Cities across Europe and Asia lay in ruins. Entire countries had been devastated. Millions of refugees were displaced with no homes to return to. The economic cost was incalculable. Decades of productive capacity destroyed, infrastructure reduced to rubble, national debts that would take generations to repay. This was victory, certainly, but it was victory at a cost so staggering that it's difficult to call anyone a winner. The immediate aftermath of the war saw humanitarian crises on an unprecedented scale. Europe faced food shortages, destroyed transportation networks, millions of displaced persons wandering the continent trying to find homes or relatives, and entire cities reduced to rubble. The winter of 1945-46 was particularly harsh, with many Europeans lacking adequate shelter, food, or fuel. Germany faced potential starvation, with food production devastated and distribution networks destroyed. The occupation zones administered by American, British, French, and Soviet forces had to deal with millions of German civilians, former concentration camp inmates, forced labourers who had been brought to Germany from across Europe, and soldiers trying to return home. The scale of human displacement was enormous. Perhaps 60 million Europeans had been displaced by the war, including refugees fleeing Soviet occupation, ethnic Germans expelled from Eastern Europe, Holocaust survivors with nowhere to go, and prisoners of war being repatriated. Managing this humanitarian catastrophe while occupied countries tried to rebuild required years of effort. The political restructuring of post-war Europe began even before the fighting ended. The Big Three conferences at Tehran, Yalta and Potsdam brought together Roosevelt, Churchill and Stalin to plan the post-war order. These meetings were exercises in pragmatic diplomacy that acknowledged military realities. Soviet forces occupied Eastern Europe, so Stalin would have significant influence there regardless of what the Western Allies preferred. The agreements reached divided Germany and Berlin into occupation zones, forced German payment of reparations, and recognized Soviet influence in Eastern Europe while supposedly guaranteeing free elections. The Western Allies hoped that Eastern European countries could have governments friendly to the Soviet Union without being entirely subordinate to it. Stalin had different ideas, which became clear quickly as Soviet-occupied territories saw communist governments installed with minimal regard for democratic niceties. Not exactly the vision of post-war democracy that had been promised, but Stalin's idea of friendly neighbours was neighbours he controlled completely. The Nuremberg trials, beginning in November 1945, represented an unprecedented attempt to hold individuals accountable for crimes committed in the name of states. 24 major Nazi leaders were tried before an international tribunal on charges including crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The trials established several crucial precedents: that government officials could be held personally responsible for atrocities regardless of orders from superiors, that planning and waging aggressive war was a crime under international law, and that genocide and crimes against humanity could be prosecuted even when committed by a government against its own citizens. 12 defendants were sentenced to death, 7 received prison terms and 3 were acquitted. Others felt the trials were necessary to establish accountability and deter future atrocities. Regardless, Nuremberg set precedents that influenced international law for decades, leading eventually to international criminal courts and the principle of universal jurisdiction for certain crimes. The creation of the United Nations in 1945 represented humanity's latest attempt to build an international organization that could prevent future wars. The League of Nations had failed catastrophically, unable to prevent aggressive wars or maintain collective security. The UN was designed to avoid the League's weaknesses while providing a forum for international cooperation. The Security Council, with 5 permanent members having veto power, acknowledged great power realities while theoretically allowing decisive action when needed. The General Assembly provided representation for all member states. Specialized agencies dealt with health, labor, education, and other international issues. The UN Charter codified principles of collective security, peaceful settlement of disputes, and respect for human rights. Whether the UN has succeeded in its mission to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war is debatable. Major wars have been avoided, but countless smaller conflicts have occurred. The UN's record is mixed, constrained by the fact that it depends on member states to act and cannot force powerful nations to comply with its decisions. But it has provided a forum for international dialogue and cooperation that has value even when it can't prevent conflicts. The Cold War between the United States and Soviet Union emerged quickly from the ashes of World War II. The alliance between Western democracies and the Soviet Union had been maintained by shared enemies, but with Germany and Japan defeated, underlying tensions resurfaced. The Soviet Union occupied Eastern Europe and imposed communist governments, viewing this as necessary for Soviet security and ideological advancement. The United States and Britain viewed Soviet expansion as threatening and contrary to promises of free elections made at Yalta. Churchill's Iron Curtain speech in March 1946 articulated Western concerns about Soviet dominance of Eastern Europe. The Truman Doctrine of 1947 committed the United States to containing Soviet expansion. The Soviet-occupied Eastern Europe was pressured to refuse Marshall Plan aid, deepening the division of Europe. The division of Germany became a microcosm of the larger Cold War. The Western occupation zones merged economically and then politically, creating the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, in 1949. The Soviet zone became the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, also in 1949. Berlin, located deep within East Germany but divided into occupation sectors, became a flashpoint. This crisis nearly sparked a hot war but ended when Stalin lifted the blockade. Berlin would remain a flashpoint throughout the Cold War, with the Berlin Wall constructed in 1961 becoming the ultimate symbol of Cold War division. Germany's division, one part democratic and aligned with the West, the other communist and aligned with the Soviet Union, would last until 1990, making Germany's reunification one of the final acts of the Cold War. The decolonization that followed World War II transformed the global political landscape. European colonial empires already weakened couldn't be sustained after the war. Britain granted independence to India and Pakistan in 1947, beginning the breakup of the British Empire. France fought bitter wars trying to maintain control of Indochina and Algeria before accepting decolonization. The Netherlands lost Indonesia. Belgium abandoned Congo. By the 1960s, most of Africa and Asia had gained independence, creating dozens of new nations. This decolonization was often messy, with borders drawn by colonial powers creating ethnic and religious conflicts, weak institutions struggling to build functioning states, and Cold War powers competing for influence. Many newly independent nations became Cold War battlegrounds, with the United States and Soviet Union supporting competing factions. The legacy of colonialism, arbitrary borders, economic structures designed to benefit colonial powers, ethnic tensions exacerbated by colonial policies, created problems that continue affecting these regions today. The nuclear age that began at Hiroshima fundamentally altered international relations and military strategy. The United States briefly held a nuclear monopoly, but the Soviet Union tested its first nuclear weapon in 1949, earlier than Americans expected. Britain, the doctrine of mutually assured destruction emerged. If both superpowers had enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other, even after absorbing a first strike, neither side would risk nuclear war because it would mean mutual annihilation. This terrifying logic actually worked to prevent direct war between the superpowers, though it created constant fear of accidental nuclear war or miscalculation leading to catastrophe. The arms nuclear weapons became central to military planning, with strategies and doctrines developed around scenarios that would mean the end of civilization. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 brought the world closest to nuclear war, demonstrating how close humanity came to destroying itself. The threat of nuclear weapons has hung over the world ever since, shaping everything from military planning to popular culture to arms control negotiations. The economic reconstruction of Europe and Japan created the foundation for decades of prosperity. The Marshall Plan provided over $13 billion, roughly $140 billion in today's money, to help European economies recover. This aid was partially altruistic and partially self-interested. The United States wanted prosperous trading partners and bulwarks against Soviet expansion. The aid worked remarkably well, helping Western European economies recover quickly and establishing the economic integration that would eventually lead to the European Union. Japan received similar American assistance, transforming from a devastated enemy into a close ally and economic powerhouse. The Bretton Woods system established a new international monetary order with the dollar at its center, facilitating international trade and contributing to post-war economic growth. The period from 1945 to 1973 saw unprecedented economic growth in Western countries, the golden age of capitalism that raised living standards, expanded the middle class, and funded the welfare state. Whether this prosperity was sustainable or was purchased through exploitation of developing nations and environmental degradation remains debated, but it transformed Western societies. The war's impact on social structures and attitudes was profound and lasting. Women who had worked in factories during the war were expected to return to domestic roles, but the experience of economic independence changed perspectives on women's roles. The seeds of second-wave feminism were planted in the wartime work experience. The civil rights movement in the United States gained momentum partly because African American soldiers who had fought for freedom abroad demanded equal treatment at home. The hypocrisy of fighting against Nazi racism while maintaining racial segregation became increasingly difficult to defend. The GI Bill in the United States provided education and housing benefits that helped millions of veterans and contributed to post-war prosperity, creating a large educated middle class. Similar programs in other countries helped veterans reintegrate into society. The memory and commemoration of World War II shaped national identities and politics for decades. In the Soviet Union, the Great Patriotic War became central to national identity, with Victory Day celebrated annually, and the war's memory used to justify continued authoritarian rule and military spending. In Germany, confronting the Nazi past and accepting responsibility for the war and Holocaust became essential to rebuilding German democracy and reintegrating Germany into Europe. In France, the memory was complicated by the collaboration of the Vichy regime, leading to selective memory emphasizing resistance while downplaying collaboration. In Britain, the war became a defining national myth about standing alone against tyranny, sometimes overshadowing Britain's imperial history. In the United States, World War II became the Good War, a clear moral conflict that united the nation, though this memory sometimes glossed over segregation, Japanese-American internment, and other uncomfortable aspects. These different national memories influenced how countries approach the post-war world and continue influencing politics today. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948, represented an attempt to codify fundamental rights that would prevent atrocities like the Holocaust. The declaration stated that all humans have inherent dignity and equal rights regardless of race, religion, or nationality. While not legally binding, it influenced subsequent human rights law and treaties. The Genocide Convention, also adopted in 1948, made genocide a crime under international law and committed signatories to prevent and punish it. The tension between state sovereignty and international human rights standards continues today, with debates about when and how the international community should intervene to prevent atrocities. The technological advances driven by wartime research transformed post-war life. Jet engines developed for military aircraft revolutionized commercial aviation. Radar technology found civilian applications in weather forecasting and air traffic control. Nuclear technology, despite its origins in weapons, led to nuclear power generation. Computers, developed for code breaking and calculations, evolved into the information technology that shapes modern life. Antibiotics developed and mass-produced during the war saved countless civilian lives after. Synthetic materials, advanced metallurgy, and countless other innovations flowed from wartime research into civilian applications. The war had accelerated technological development by decades for better and worse. The war's impact on the Middle East shaped a region whose conflicts continue today. The Holocaust created international sympathy for Zionism and contributed to the establishment of Israel in 1948, setting off the Arab-Israeli conflict that continues 7 decades later. European colonial powers withdrew from the region, creating new independent states with borders that often bore little relation to ethnic or sectarian realities. Oil became increasingly important to